last we left off the Risen, our adventurers succeeded in helping their youngest party member. Ariente is now properly a member of the Crimson Talon once more.
Hooray!
With some conditions. As a member in training, she will report directly back to Kyleden and complete missions for them along with all of you in order to maintain her status as a trainee. Kyleton, of course, is now going to be your contact within the Crimson Talon for any myriad of things you may need. Also, any of your deeds, good or bad, will reflect upon Kyleton and his word to the Crimson Talon about Ariente's worth, as well as all of your worth.
Oh boy.
Sit up for me, guys.
Oh, we're fucked.
Yeah. You guys have now collected the remainders of your magic items and other kinds of remnants, except for the Gloves of Thievery, for which you went to speak to one Miss Thistle something. Let me pull open her. That's the guild missions. Here are my side quests. Yes, you went to go speak with one Arda Thistleweed. She was hanging out in the Dancing Dragon Theater, which was opposite of her research library. She requested the heads of, and that's no surprise of anyone, a Hydra. She needs the heads of a Hydra, and if you can bring back the original heads of the Hydra, she'll pay you 300 gold pieces per head, minus one head worth of 300 gold pieces, and she will swap in a pair of thieves' gloves, something that she has, that you guys said that you were interested in owning. She has no use for the gloves, but is willing to make this trade if you all are willing to go head to the bogs north of town and slay the beast. The creature, from what she knows, has 5 original heads. She wants you to bring back its 5 heads. Okay,
and if we bring more heads in that?
She's only going to pay you for the 5 original heads.
Okay, so might as well be 5 anyway.
So the way the Hydra heads work, it has to sleep once with its new heads. Like if you chop off one of its head and it grows 2 back, it has to sleep before those become original heads. If you chop off the new heads before it has a chance to sleep, they will turn to ash. Only the original heads will remain behind. Now, the creature is still going to grow new heads out of its stump. So, you chop off a new head, 2 new heads are going to pop into its place. So, just keep that in mind. It's still going to operate the same way a normal Hydra does, but you're going to only end up with 5 true heads in the end.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, we don't actually need to kill it.
No, technically you don't. You just need to chop off its 5 original heads, and then you can leave a 10-headed Hydra behind. Be my guest!
Yes, because that'll work out super well for us.
That won't come back to bite you all in the ass.
Any adventurers that come behind us that might think that this is alright?
But then they will have 10 original heads, and then they can get more money. Leave them to...
Keep calling up the heads until it's so top heavy it can't move.
I love that idea. Let's do it.
That's perfect.
So in theory, then, how many heads would we need to have?
How many heads would it take to weigh down a Hydra?
Y'all are ridiculous. But yes. So this is her trade. Is she wants the 5 heads of the Hydra, and in exchange she'll give you 300 golds for 4 of the heads and the pair of gloves for the for the last head.
So we have to do all 5 heads to get the gloves?
Only one.
What if we brought back 3 heads? Would she only give us gold?
I mean, yes, if you wish to spare the creature's life, the more heads she has, the more she can do with this research. But if you don't want to bring her back all of the heads, you don't have to.
I'm just saying if the condition to get the gloves is you have to do all 5 heads or not.
No, it's not a condition to do all 5.
Okay.
See, with a large group like us, though, 300 per head, we might want to do all 5 anyway. Just saying.
Oh, have I gotten my bag of holding back from Kyleton?
Yes, he returned it to you. You have it back as well.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
This is 'cause I had one head in a bag.
Exactly.
Well, we have a bag of colding now.
You do.
I do too.
We have 2
Well, that's
bags?
the one I,
No, you just have the one.
I was about to say that's the one I was referring to, the one that Phil has.
Oh, okay. Why?
Yeah.
When did we buy the second?
And it is in fact designed for holding bodies. So heads are not too far off from bodies.
Yeah, they are.
But if we really want to really be careful with it, I still have the other bag of holding, and one of us could cast, what is it? Spell that
Repose.
preserves corpses.
Yeah, I have
Yeah.
gentle repose.
Just stick it there with the giant hearts.
But, because I think the bag of holding can only carry half as much as the regular bag of holding, right?
That's correct.
But
Okay,
it's
yeah.
half
So we
as
want to
much.
be... How much does a Hydra head weigh?
I hold on.
It
I
is
have to look that up.
a pretty big creature.
I was going to say, because I already put like a UNT abomination in there with several other bodies. Which is why...
Oh,
might have
fuck,
to-
that's-
Yeah, that's what I'm
But
saying.
Mm-hmm.
Those aren't like a pile of bones. Oh no, wait, the abominations.
No, they're flesh. Because they have magic resistance with their scales. So that's why I try to preserve them. Which I successfully did, but still, this could.
Probably about 15 pounds each.
And so,
You could probably carry the 5 heads in the bag, even with the stuff you're carrying.
okay, then
Yeah.
no problem then. But that's like basically the limit of the bag, right?
Yeah, essentially you would have to sort of foist those heads out in order to carry more stuff.
Okay. Makes sense.
Yep. Okay. But no, you don't actually have to kill the creature, though this Hydra seems to have woken up from some kind of slumber recently, and the reason why people know about it is that it is attacking some of the people who live in the bog and swamp. And so that's how the word came back to her that this Hydra is even there. That's why she put out the request for it, is because she wants to study these creatures, and this one is known for attacking some of the local swamp settlements that are nearby Baldur's Gate.
So 2 birds, 1 stone, basically.
Yeah.
Also, FYI, we'll probably have to take a break here in like an hour and a half to 2 hours. I have to go pick my husband up from work.
Okay.
So,
That's fine.
just so you know. Yeah.
So yeah, was there anything else we wanted to do before you guys head off to try to go collect your final magic item? We'll do the
Anyone-
Candlekeep afterwards.
Does anyone want to do like last minute potion shopping?
Mm-hmm.
How are we on potions? I think we divided up a lot the other day, didn't we?
Yeah, we should have at least.
Yeah, I think we already did, but I don't know. If anyone wants to get more.
I have 2.
Agents of Kyleton.
Oh, you're
Yeah,
more
I
like the demons of Kyleton.
Ain't that the truth?
We give them all the evil notions.
I think we might be good, because I think I remember us dividing up potions. Make sure everyone had some. And
Mhm.
then Zero just made a bunch. And I also think we, didn't we buy out some place potions? I can't remember.
I know
We got
some
away
people
from
bought out
something.
some potions.
I can't remember.
I
I
did.
remember some of. I know I did.
You did? Okay, someone did. Someone bought out some shop of something.
I didn't buy out like a whole
Um,
shop, but
Mhm.
I definitely bought a lot.
I have 3 common potions. Does anyone need those?
I only have 1 currently, so
Do
probably.
you have a greater
Actually,
Rose? Or Sparrow? Rose, same
I
person.
do. Yeah, I was about to say. I do not currently have a greater. I only have 1 common. I didn't listen to the previous video. I was really busy today. But if anybody has given me any potions, I don't remember.
Well, I'm pretty sure that we all accurately changed our inventory because the last time we separated potions, I remember sitting here being like, "You have this, you have that. Who has this? You have that." Okay, so yeah. So
All the switch to get all the potions.
Rose
Yeah,
really
two
should
greater
probably take
abilities,
another
but
potion.
no common.
Okay.
May
So-
I take an potion too, please? Because I only have 1 greater.
Yes, Svir will give to Rose and to Sarabi 1 common potion.
Okay.
While you guys are I'm assuming are in one of your like rooms doing this while you're like making sure that you guys have all your gear together after getting your mission. Pietro is laying on the floor in giant wolf form, just kind of like taking up like portion of the room, and you all hear over your various magical items very softly, "Woof." Because you did in fact buy him one of those.
Yes, we did.
So he kind of like rubs his ear a little bit to trigger it and just goes woof. And all of you guys hear in all of your heads simultaneously, woof.
You know,
We
I
are all
think
learning.
giving him one was a really bad idea. But
At
at least one where he could respond back was a bad idea. It should have been one
But-
way.
But it's great because you can actually tell him where to go and you don't need to be there.
If he'll
Is
listen.
this is this the rings that we ordered?
So 3 of you have ear cuffs. Rose, Arianti, and Sarabi all have ear cuffs. Pietro, Kali, and Vero have earrings, and Pill has a necklace.
Okay, and this what's the range for this telepathy thingy?
About 500 feet. It's not exactly telepathy. You have to say it out loud, but you can whisper it. And it's 500 feet, and it will move around corners, so it's not line of sight based. It's if you were within 500 feet, the thing will wiggle its way around corners and stuff to get to you, as long as you're not like in a sealed room.
It's a walkie-talkie.
Yeah, it's a walkie-talkie.
Can you like choose to whisper only to one person, or does everyone?
No, it's gonna hit the whole channel. You can't change channels.
Do you, like,
Everybody
find-
can hear you.
What if you're just whispering, not intending to use it? Do
You have to touch it.
You have to touch
Oh,
it.
comrades.
Yes.
Sarabi is.
It's like
Gay.
those Secret Service agents that hold their hand to their ears and just talk like.
Exactly. You have to touch it to trigger it. So it is an action to use these. I guess it's a bonus action to trigger them in combat. So if you're in combat and you want to yell at somebody who's really far away, but you want to whisper it, it uses your bonus action to trigger it. Whatever you say is the free action, but activating the magic item is a bonus action.
Okay.
Sorry, I've had to physically hold myself back from Callie wanting to respond to Pill calling Sarabi gay, so I'm gonna go with it with, "Hey, String Bean, what's wrong with being gay?" Yeah. I'm like physically holding my mouth, like, don't interrupt Beth, because Callie's like, "Say it!" Fanny, you can actually respond, but
Not on his pizza.
I have a feeling these earrings are going to, or whatever. This walkie-talkie is going to lead to some chaotic, derailing conversation between the characters.
Oh,
It's
absolutely.
like, wait a minute, hang on. We had different
They're-
parts
they're
of the
the-
city having a conversation.
Gay people are gay.
Oh shit.
I mean, yes.
You know what we should have named them? They're the ear cuffs of phone, but they're the ear cuffs of phone Discord.
Yeah. They're the ear cuffs of Discord.
There
Why
you go.
don't we think of that?
Well, we can change it. Sure thing.
Yeah, they can.
So, Mm-hmm.
But yeah.
I'm just gonna add that as a tag, just because.
Yep, feel free. But yes, so while you guys are doing stuff, Pietro periodically will, in fact, and he is definitely barking the word woof. He is not barking. He is specifically trying to make sure it sounds like woof. As best as he can.
Does Pietro not have to touch it to activate it?
Oh no, he's rubbing his ear. Like, you know how dogs can reach their ears with their hind legs or their front legs? He's just like whacking his ear and then saying woof. It's easily accessible to him.
Perfect.
Now, technically, if you ever need to, you can remove Pietro's from him because they don't require attunement and give it to a NPC as necessary. So you technically just are floating around with an extra walkie-talkie that's just on the dog right now.
But it's cool because you can call him on distance. Like, Pietro, bring me this, please. And then whatever he decides to do, I don't know, it's his agenda, but you know, he heard you.
He did hear you, yes.
He can't just pretend like he didn't hear you.
Well, no, he's too big of a dog. Man, damn it. I'm about to say we could, if he wasn't as giant of a dog, he could also be really good for, like, they wouldn't be able to tell us exactly, but listening in on something and people just think he's a dog. Like, pay two wolves for if they're conspiring, one if they're not.
I mean, yeah, you can still hide his shape and make him look smaller and have him go off and do things.
Or pretend he's a horse.
Yes. Although if you watch a horse touch its ear, it's gonna be real disturbing. Just saying.
Poisoned?
Yes.
I have a spell that if Vero touches your quiver with the arrows, that every arrow in there deals an extra 1d6 fire damage.
Woohoo!
On top of...
It's called Flame Arrow. It's a 3rd level druid spell.
It also means that that's the fire on top of the fire arrows she can already make.
Exactly. So it will essentially, I think it'll boost it up to doing. See, so it's 1d4 for the fire. I thought no, it's 1d4 for the poison and it's 1d6 for the fire. I think.
Do you want me to take it?
Oh wait, rangers can get it too.
Yes.
Eventually. I think we're fine because you will have to be close to touch range with Arabi, right?
Well, I mean, I think. How long does the spell last for?
Up to 1 hour.
So, I mean, you can cast it before you guys walk into combat.
Oh, nice. Yes. If you have space to spare, then go for it.
I am thinking because
What's wrong, baby?
Is that really up to 1 hour? I'm sorry. I'm just fact checking. That sounded strange. Flame arrows level 3. Concentration up to 1 hour. Indeed.
It is concentration, though.
Baby.
Yeah, I don't have to get hit, or Sarabi's fire arrows won't be as amazing anymore.
You can't also
use
use Moonbeam.
Or hold
Or
monster.
person. Or monster, yes.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So yes, it will limit what you can do. But if you want to jump into combat and have her first round of arrows be on fire, it's a pretty nifty use of it. And then you can beast shape into something that has teeth and fangs and go eat something while you're holding concentration.
I do not have hold monster yet.
No, hold monster is much higher level, but it is hold person.
Not much higher. Higher though. I'm just 1 level away.
So close. But yeah. So now is a great time for you guys who are my ritual casters to pick your spells.
Oh yeah, I went and picked up Gentle Repose just in case. And I don't think I need to do any other tweaking.
but that also means for Poisoned and Pill, for Artificer and Druid, you have those extra spells you have to select.
Oh yeah, they do have that.
I keep forgetting that I can actually do that now.
Yes.
I'm gonna go contra Vero and make it all fire, so later I can make a poster of something with Vero and Sarabi and make it Druids of Ice and Fire.
Oh, you're going to scare the shit out of literally everybody.
Yep. They're the flaming fire arrows of flame.
Oh dear.
I guess it would be they're the flaming fire arrows of burning. But yeah, if everybody's got their sundry potions and stuff like that, was there anything else you wanted to do or research before you head off to the marshes?
Keeping in mind, we are coming back for Candlekeep.
Yep.
So guys, how much do you know about Hydras? Do I know anything about Hydras?
Make a nature check.
I will do so.
Yeah. It will be a nature check to determine what you know about Hydras. They are large lizards.
I'm gonna do a nature check too.
Sure.
I think they have many hells.
They're large lizards that swim in water. You know they probably have multiple heads. You're familiar enough with Hydra stories, you're pretty sure they have several heads.
What did you say? I didn't quite get it.
Vero, you need to do a nature check. You're the druid here.
I try. Wow, okay. 23.
Okay.
But you're the druid.
So, Sarabi, you got big lizards. Pill and Kate and Arianti both figure out they're large lizards that swim in water that have multiple heads. Vero, you remember that hydras are particularly nasty, huge-sized monsters that have multiple heads, can hold their breath for quite a long time, and their heads think independently of each other, meaning that these creatures typically, when they attack, can attack with each head, and the heads have minds of their own, so they can take reactions independently of each other.
Cool. That's great. Okay. I'll get the water spells then.
Yeah.
I'm keeping Sacred Flame because I'm not as familiar with hydras in D&D, but I know that in mythology, having fire was kind of a big deal for Hercules there.
What? I have no idea what you're talking about.
Absolutely not. And it's radiant damage, not fire damage, but you know.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, they are. These hydras were created by the blood of Tiamat. That's where they originated from. Someone attacked Tiamat, and then her blood was sprayed across the land, and each drop of Tiamat's blood is the birth of a hydra. Supposedly, it's how the lore goes.
That's probably what Rose actually recounts as everybody is doing some fact checking.
Mm-hmm.
Should I? Is Call Lightning a bad idea?
I don't know. Is it a bad idea?
I mean, if we stay far away enough, no.
And
No.
it is outside, so Call Lightning will be effective. It's not like you're trying to create a storm cloud indoors.
I mean, as long as it doesn't fall on the water, and we are all in the water, I don't know how. The water tends to transmit electricity.
You should absolutely zap the water.
Oh yeah.
When you're all in it. That's a great plan.
And this is the water we-
That's not the point.
Oh, that is something to note. These creatures typically, like it says, live in swamps and bogs. So there will be potentially a water component. These creatures are typically very associated with marshes. So those of you who are heavy have some things to think about.
You know, if you do sap the water before we touch the water, we can have like dinner for month.
Potentially.
Got a deposit.
I'm just thinking about like plate mail and swimming.
Mhm.
Yeah, that's not a good sign.
Yeah.
Can we? Magic people, is there any spell that can make somebody walk on water? Or like,
Yes, it's called
Yeah,
water
yeah.
walk.
Yes, it's
Yeah.
called
Yeah.
None of us know it.
prepared. I haven't prepared.
cool. Because apparently I'm a magic person now, but I know shit about this. So we can cast this on Kali.
You and me both.
Just couldn't go
And
under
then
the
we
water. It automatically puts you on top of it.
Yep,
Yes.
it does make you float.
Or we can cast it on Pietro and then Kali can go over Pietro. Or we can cast it on
Would-
Pietro and Kali and we can all go over Pietro and over Kali.
Would freedom of movement help with swimming in water? With heavy armor? Or no?
You won't have disadvantage.
Okay. So just be normal.
I also have the spell freedom of movement.
I believe its duration is an hour. And it's not
Mhm.
concentration.
Yes. It's not.
It is 4th level though.
Mm-hmm.
That reminds me, I forgot to check. I
I have one spell of that.
do have freedom of movement, or at least I can know it. I also have.
That's water walk.
Hmm.
It lets you walk on water.
Well, I
Yeah.
know. I meant like the.
Water Walker's
level.
third level. Water Walker's third level.
Because I don't know if I'm comfortable taking y'all's 4th level. Because you guys only have one 4th level each, right?
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah, use it.
Not
Use it.
even
It's
me.
great. Use a spell.
Well, you don't because you multi-class.
Yeah.
But you can cast up to 4th level, I think, now.
Yeah, but I don't know any spells.
Well, you can like take one of your lower level spells and cast it in a 4th level spell
Yeah.
slot.
Inflict
Basically.
wounds 4th level. You know.
I mean,
that shit.
yeah. So I
That's
mean,
it.
essentially, you can cast
Fireball,
fireball at
4th
4th level,
Yeah.
There we go.
which I think adds 2 extra d6 or something stupid.
Yeah. Something like that.
Is water walk? But water walk affects everybody. You can do up to like 10 creatures. Up to 10 willing creatures you can see.
Ooh, nice.
So you can have everyone have water walk, and so we would all don't have to worry about breathing underwater or moving underwater because we're on top. I mean, I guess the Hydra could hide underwater and us not be able to get to it besides shooting down at it. But if it wanted to eat us, it has to come up and get us. So
Is it concentration?
no,
Water
it
Walk
is not.
is not. It also can be cast as a ritual.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, which means it takes 10 minutes. You can just hang out for 10 minutes and cast it and not lose the spell slot.
Yeah,
Nice.
which it would have a duration of 1 hour, which I could cast it on all of you with no, wait. The 10 minutes would take away from the hour, which means
No,
No, it wouldn't.
the 10 minutes doesn't take away from the hour. It just takes you just can't cast it as a ritual in combat. So if you sit down before you guys get into a combat, cast the spell, then you march around for a while, you have the hour starting from when the spell was cast. You just don't lose the spell slot for it. So it's one of those things to let you get away with prepping for combats if you have the time to prepare.
yes, but if say I cast it on everybody, and it's a ritual and would take 10 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
When I ended at the last, the first doesn't have the spell.
No, so the spell won't go off until the end of that 10 minutes. It takes you a full 10 minutes to finish the entire casting. So at the end of that 10 minutes, then it would trigger. Does that make sense?
And what you're basically saying is we could just sit down, cast Water Walk on everybody, and then we could go into there with an hour of Water Walk.
Yeah.
Basically? Cool,
Yeah.
cool.
We should probably go check the terrain the moment we see if there is water. And the moment we see there is, we are like, Vero!
And then potentially, if it takes you longer than an hour to find this creature, you can stop before your water walk is over, sit down, cast the spell again, and have a whole new hour, and you're still not losing spell slots. It's just a full 10 minutes of your concentration. Essentially, you can't do anything else while you're casting. But it doesn't matter if you're doing it out of combat.
Yeah, you can just like ride on Pietro and then be safe.
Mm-hmm.
So guys, remember, aim for the neck, not for the head. I'm talking to you, wizard. I know how you like to explode things. No.
Oh, come
Explode
on.
away. Ignore her.
For this head.
Let me explode.
No, you can explode the body, but the head has to be intact.
Oh, come on.
Actually, what kind of things can you get from an item? Wait, we don't know if we are going. Never.
I will probably lose the spell sets to that flame arrows thing, though. I kind of want to see Sarabi try it out.
Watch me roll all once. The moment you get that skill.
Oh,
That's
water
awesome.
breathing is also a ritual spell.
Yes, which I have as well. So it's a question of what you guys prefer.
I would rather not be under the water, where the Hydra has the advantage of its being in its own terrain.
And can swim. It has its own swim speed. Yeah.
Yes.
Water walking it is. Should there be water?
Magic. So, preparation.
Is everybody got all their spells prepped then?
Mm-hmm. Give me a second. 6, 8, 9, 10. Alright, I have.
Okay. Are we all ready to go then? Everyone's gearing up. You guys are gonna head along the coast, essentially towards a delta that leads into a marsh, essentially.
Okay.
Cool. Then you guys all pack up and with Miss Thistleweed's help, she sort of gets you guys a cart and a driver who is willing to take you guys out there. You're gonna have to figure out your way back, but they're willing to help cut down your mobile time because she finally found somebody who's willing to go fight the damn Hydra. So she's willing to essentially let you guys get to the edge of the march without having to walk. But you're gonna have to then figure out your way back. But it's like you guys leave probably in the morning on the next day after you guys get this mission, so you're not like trying to travel through the night. Takes you guys about 2-3 hours in the carriage or in the cart, getting your way up there to the edge of the bog, and you can see the bog starts and the road actually continues through the bog. And you see these like low-level planks that seem to like take the way through the bog, and it would like the cart could easily go through them, but the driver is not heading any farther into the bog. His instructions were get you to the bog. Getting everybody off my damn cart. I'm heading back to Baldur's Gate. But they're very much lowlands planks that seem to be spread all throughout this bog area. Like people traverse here. There's also, you can kind of see near sort of the edges of the bogs, little smokestacks that you can see. There's clearly some kind of village inside the bog that has built these low-laying wooden planks. It's fairly wet. You think you could probably, some areas you could probably stomp around in, but other areas it's definitely getting kind of deep.
Everything is deep for me because I am a short person.
Yes, those of the wee size. You guys are kind of like chest high in the water in some places, and everywhere else it's swimming. Kali, you're like knee high or a little bit. You're like a thigh high for some of the places you'd be wading through. Other of the places are going to start getting up to like chest level, maybe up to your neck kind of thing. You don't think any of these are super deep, but you won't know without getting into them. It's pretty murky water.
B-roll.
Yes. Just a moment.
They tell
And
us.
he will.
My boots dirty.
Sorry, before we move on with possibly Rio casting that. Did she tell us, or anyone tell us specifically where the Hydra was besides in the bog, or?
The local village is called Swampweed.
Mhm.
Swampweed probably would know. They're the reports of where the Hydra is coming from. So you probably would head up towards where the smoke's coming from, and you can see that as you get sort of farther into the planking areas, there are signs that direct you where the forks are on the plank on the walkways, where to head up, and one of them will direct you to the village.
Okay, so we should probably do that before just waiting around aimlessly through water.
This is.
Are you
a
sure?
very good
I have
idea.
other combats I could throw at you if you just want to wander around in the water.
No, thank you.
I have a couple alligators.
We can sell the alligator hide. Just telling you guys, it's an option.
We can also use our resources fighting unnecessary alligators before fighting a five-headed Hydra.
I think that's a great plan. You should totally do that.
Says
You
the
can
DM.
eat alligators, but you can't eat a hydra. So
I mean,
There
we
you
could come back so you could have some alligator tail later. How about that?
fair enough.
If you're that hungry for alligator. Alright, so I guess, unless anyone has wants to protest, we can head towards the,
I do,
village. Well, okay, is it legitimate or is it just because?
just because.
Okay.
Oh, something of note, Pill. Your firearm is not waterproof. So if you do end up getting wet, or submerged, your ammunition will be wet and needs to be dried out before it will function. The pouch it is stored in, if you store it in a bag of holding, it won't be wet.
Can I say I
but-
do that?
Yes, you can, but it takes an action to get out more ammunition. So it will be a bit trickier for you to try to load the weapon. If you do that, I could say you probably have a smaller one of your like belt pouches is waterproof, and you could probably put some of your ammunition, but you couldn't hold all 20 rounds in the smaller pouch.
Okay, can I say I put some in that small pouch and the rest in that bag of holding?
Okay, so yeah, so you have 10 rounds on. We'll make it 12 because you can load 4 shots at a time. So
Okay.
you have 12 rounds in your side pouch that you have easy access to. That will not get wet if you were, say, thrown into water. But the ones in the gun will be wet. So
You say that like you plan to do that to me.
what? No, I didn't look up swimming rules for fighting. That would be ridiculous. That would sound like I was prepared. But yeah, so what's the game plan? You guys have reached the edge of the swamp, and you can kind of see some smoke, and you can see that there are these planks and road signs essentially leading you to other places in the swamp.
Hero, my clothes are getting dirty.
Oh dear.
You might want to save that spell for when we know a bit more about where the Hydra is.
I
Marcus, when do you
agree
care
with
about your
that.
clothes getting dirty?
Doesn't Ariadne have prestidigitation?
I do.
Okay, fair enough. You all enjoy getting dirty, and then she gets on top of Pietro. You get dirty. Let's go.
Pietro stops
off,
and looks
Pietro.
at you, and then immediately starts to walk into the swamp. Now he's big enough. You are not getting dirty yet, but he is walking in the swamp.
We are getting a mood fight here.
We
While you guys
seriously
what to do.
go into the village and stop wasting time.
Yes, we should. I
Find out where
agree.
this thing is.
Question.
Okay.
That
Yep.
water walk spell can do how many creatures?
10.
And we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
7.
Yeah.
Okay. When we're casting that spell, I want to pull up my 3 animals so that they can be one of the creatures using water walk.
That's
Otherwise,
great.
you're gonna drown because none of them are swimming creatures.
Mm-hmm. Okay, Nick. Well, then you guys sort of pack up your things and start to head towards the direction of the where you guys are seeing the smoke, and eventually to where the sign is pointing your general direction. And you find the sign that says Swamp Weed, which you feel like it's kind of a bad name for a town, but hey, you know you didn't name it. But you head farther into Swamp Weed, looking for anybody in sight. These planks seem to be essentially the pathways for how you get around. Like the water where they're located, all of their houses and things like that are on stilts. And there seems to just be large walkways that seem to get everywhere. It's as though the marsh itself is deeper in this area. And you're starting to see some houses and things like that and smoke, but you're not really seeing any people here there's no one out and about. You're not seeing anybody.
That's not a good sign.
Perfect.
Okay, I guess, can we try to find where the smoke location is exactly?
Okay. Yeah, you head a little bit farther in, and you kind of reach the first house that has a chimney that's smoking, and you see a curtain kind of like peek out when they see you, and then hurriedly close when they notice that you noticed them. But it is totally quiet. There's like clearly like covered tent areas where people just kind of hang out outside on some of these like almost like makeshift porches and like little rest areas on some of these planks, and there is no one sitting in them. There's like a massive like open field. You would call it a field, like it would be like a town square, but here it's just a big, almost like a lake sort of style setup with a very interesting waterfall that's coming down out of a tree. So it's like this massive tree seems to have these large bucket-shaped leaves, and it seems to collect a large portion of water, and it slowly is spilling down the length of this tree, acting as like a makeshift waterfall that is to the more northern the more northern side of this village. And it's like feeding into that large open pond area. There's some like boats and things like that, and like little like pontoon rafts that are all tied up to different just randomly sections. There's no real docks here. Everything's like a dock. Then they're all kind of tied up and bobbing gently in the little bit of the waves coming from the waterfall. But no one is out fishing. No one is out sitting in these little areas. Yeah, it's very much ghost town. But you did notice that there was somebody inside the house, or at least you saw curtains move in the closest house that you saw smoke coming from the chimney.
you want to use the Rada charm to get them out?
Oh god.
You know, it works so
Yes.
well for you.
I mean, your Rada charm. You know that I didn't get that or sound of.
I didn't get that trait when you took the name.
I mean, you did. They're just mostly to people who are in awe of you.
So, Manfred.
Like one person. It's the only one.
And
It's just that everybody
RNT,
else is
I guess RNT counts in that category. Of people you've charmed. Oh my god. Child. It's come out of nowhere. Ninja.
Practicing his rogue skills.
Yes.
Exactly.
Would you need something? You want to do it? Balin wants to do it. Balin goes
Okay.
up to the door. And he says... He says... Anyway,
Seems fair.
but yeah. Cat will just sigh and approach the door and give a knock.
You you knock on the door, and you can hear some muttering and some shuffling on the inside of the door, and finally you hear kind of croaking out, What do you want? From
Yes.
through the door.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She goes, we're here to deal with that Hydra problem. But we need some information.
More muttering and whispering. Well, if you want to deal with the Hydra, I wouldn't stand on them docks.
It's been attacking the docks.
It's out there right now. We just rang the bell for the town. Didn't you hear?
Nope. We just got here. Alright, well, thanks.
Yeah. Do you want to like hide out here? We'll let you in. Just like don't take our stuff or anything. You got like swords and stuff.
No,
Oh,
we're
come
good.
on.
You guys just
Maybe for the duration of 10 to 20 minutes.
just stay inside.
10 to 20
Okay.
minutes before we take their stuff.
Do you have
Just like
Sorry. Just stay in for 10-20 minutes, then we'll take your stuff.
well, we walk into your house and break all of your pots.
You have some prep time for us to come do that.
That's cool. That's cool. I feel that.
I didn't mean that.
You can imagine how awful that would be. People with a bunch of weapons show up and be like, hey, we're gonna rob you in like 10 minutes. Just so you know.
I mean, have you never played a Dragon Quest game?
I mean, yeah.
Oh god, that's really not what I meant.
Prepare
The
yourself.
polite criminals.
Yeah.
We knocked to let you know we're gonna come steal all your stuff in about 10 minutes. So if you just pile it all up near the door, we won't even have to come in.
That'd be great. Yeah.
That's so hilarious
Saves a
because
lot
I
of
have
time for us.
I actually have an in-joke with my family where if I'm knocking on the door and someone's like, who is it? And I'm like, I'm a robber.
Is this actually a thing that happened? No, did you accidentally
No,
employ?
Callie would never, ever. No, I don't think you did either. Pill's just being Pill.
Hill is yelling this behind Collie.
Mm-hmm. And Callie's talking a little bit louder, even though that's gonna attract the Hydra immediately. So the people don't actually think we're serious, or he's serious, and be like, no, just stay inside. No matter what. But yeah.
Okay, let's just guard the bureau for 10 minutes.
We can't, I don't think. It's here.
She's saying Vero meant by going inside so that they can cast a spell and then come out.
Yeah, so that the Hydra won't attack them in the middle of him casting a spell.
But can the house fit a giant dog, though? And Kali?
It's a small hut. It would be a stretch. You could probably all cram in there, but there would be no space.
Yeah, that was my main worry. Like, we are a lot of
Yeah.
people. We may just as well just protect this while have Viro in the middle just concentrating and we're just trying to...
I mean, you can walk back down the road.
Yeah.
We promise we'll kill the Hydra and then rob you.
Yes.
God.
Let's go.
Yes. Hey, Mr.
Okay.
Icy Sound, can you actually try to spot the thing as we, I guess, leave?
Are we already leaving? There's a Hydra rampage.
I know, so I'm like, yeah.
We're just prepping.
Can I
Okay,
roll a
it might
perception
not-
check, Beth?
Be
Yeah, you can try to see if you can peek into the pond. It's a little hard because you guys are kind of far back away from the main, like the deep section of whatever
22.
this is. 22. Okay. I mean, there's like things in the pond, in like the water. You can like see bugs and things like that land in the water. It's if it's near the surface, you're not seeing it. But that doesn't mean it's not there. You're not seeing any like big fish or like large frog movement. Like the creatures in the area have gone as still as the town. The bugs don't seem to care too much, but like you're not seeing like fish surface or anything like that.
He will relay said information and say it should be safer though if we go a few meters off back to the road.
Yeah, this the swamp area that you're in is very betreed essentially. So like where you guys are in the town is well like covered. It's well canopied. So you're in kind of a darker area. And the farther away from the town you get, the darker it's going to get till you get back to that main road area, because there's where the pond is like this big opening in the trees. So it's like big sky area. It's like almost like a circle, and then straight down is the pond that they seem to have where their pontoons and things like that seem to be connected.
Just want to say, if we had cast the spell when I say my clothes were getting dirty, we wouldn't need to feel guilty now. Thank you for your attention. Let's go.
We also don't have to cast it for 10 minutes.
Yeah, you could just cast it.
Yeah.
Apologies. I just didn't want to waste any resources we have.
Mhm.
It's fine. Sarah is just really like her "I told you so" speeches.
Mhm.
Yes, and that was his reply.
My boy, why? So what we do? You smart people decide.
That's. No, you go ahead.
Say, well, Vera didn't see anything. I have a feeling it's gonna just attack as we leave, but
Yeah,
What's
it
the general
does
feel?
happen. It does happen quite usually for us.
Yep.
That things just jump to kill things when we are just turn around. Why don't you just start casting? We remain alert, and if something happens, you just fuck
Cast
it.
normally. Yeah.
Yes.
I was gonna say we could just pretend to be stupid and make it come out.
Pretend.
I mean, if it doesn't come out within the 10 minutes afterwards, then yeah.
If say we will be jumped, I can also be it would also be alright to sacrifice a spell slot for this. I'd rather not drown, and he will start casting. He will start concentrating on the ritual with these words.
So you guys are staying where you are and casting, or are you backing up some?
We should back up some.
You want to back up some?
Yes.
Yeah, the problem is how much time is going to take us, because if we walk back, we are leaving these people
Not
with a
walking,
rampage.
not walking back, just backing away from the exact spot we were standing.
Yeah, out of the village, essentially. You're kind of like wandering away from the village back into the shallower area, casting the spell, and then walking back into the deeper area where the village is.
Yeah, in the shallower area, and unless the Hydra decides to attack now, the shallower area would be easier for us to detect it because it's so big.
True,
Yeah, it's
true.
huge.
Yeah. Alright, whatever. If it attacks us on the way there or as we're going, we can just move back. So.
Okay. You guys sort of slowly kind of climber your way back down farther down the path. All of you essentially are keeping watch. I'm assuming while Vero is doing Vero casting things. So I'm gonna need perception checks from everybody who's not casting.
I want to pull out my.
Okay, yeah, you can go ahead and pull out your animals as well.
I felt like it's been so long.
Perception is
Not bad
that
for
much.
first roll of the day.
And if you guys would type all of those into the chat, that would be great. You got a 2, a 3, and a 6, right?
Yes, for my animals.
Oh, for a second I thought those were the perception rolls.
Why is he trolling with advantage? It doesn't.
He's trying to smell the Hydra.
No, because I roll normal, not the smell person.
I also instruct them to be quiet when they come out of the bag. 2,
Okay.
3, 6, so that's an ape, a baboon, and a weasel. Giant weasel.
Mm-hmm.
Oh wait, his actual perception is +4, so it wouldn't be 19. It will be 20.
Phil, your perception sucks.
What?
Phil got a nat 1.
Wolf.
No,
Well,
that was
his Raven
Princess.
did.
Oh, Raven.
Oh,
Princess,
Princess
sorry.
got a nat 1.
Sorry, it's on my TV and it's far away and I have bad eyes.
Hill got a 2 though.
That's better. Yeah.
Did you?
I was
Do
paying just a little
remember
bit more
wrong?
attention in Princess.
You're too busy thinking about whatever more jokes about robbing you can make.
Yeah.
It's a very serious topic.
Mm-hmm.
How to open a ice cream shop.
Yep. You and Princess are deep in conversation, which means you are crowing at her and she's crowing back. You can't understand what she's saying and she can't understand what you're saying, but you're both very engaged.
We're mimicking each other.
Mm-hmm.
It's like talking with a cat.
Oh yeah, I argue with my cat constantly.
Wait,
Exactly.
do your animals also roll perception?
They will not. No, it's just you guys.
Okay.
I'm trying to find the silly things though, so I can drag out the tokens for you so that they'll be prepped when we need them.
So
Um,
just water walking, right? Not water breathing. Water walking should work as a standalone, or what do you think?
I think that as a standalone, it should be okay because we literally cannot go under the water unless you break concentration.
No, there's no concentration.
Oh, it is no
Okay.
concentration. Okay, never
Oh,
mind.
man, then.
Also, we are not going to fight under the water. We will suck at that.
Yeah.
Oh, I
but
think you all could give it your good college try.
I mean, Ariante can't cast any spells. She can't sing underwater.
Yeah, but it's muddy water. You can see shit under there.
No, can't see, can't sing underwater.
And also,
Your water breathing, you probably could, but
presumably your
Well,
somatic, like all of your gestures would be very slow underwater.
I probably could turn into an animal shape, right?
yeah, you should be able to.
Probably.
Can you be a crocodile? Wait, I can be a crocodile. No, I can't because I can swim.
Yes, you can't quite pick swimming stuff yet, but yes, Vero could be a crocodile. Vero could also be something that flies now, I think, too.
Really? I mean, Vero is a land druid.
I think its next level is flying.
It's
Yes,
8.
about
Yeah,
Yeah.
because
Yeah.
the druid and my other one party's the same level he is, and she doesn't have flying, and she's already a moon druid. So
Okay. Well, I can't for whatever reason. I have. It's killer. I know there's an ape token somewhere. I can't find it, but I know it exists.
It does exist. We had it before.
I know. I just can't find it.
Try gorilla.
Maybe.
No, it was a baboon.
Well, baboon and gorilla ape are two different. It was chimpanzee, I think we used.
Yeah, I know, but I mean that there was no gorilla token. There was a baboon.
Well, the 10 bag of chips. I have an ape that's coming out and a baboon that's coming out. So I need to be able to differentiate them.
Just make it different colors.
I'm pretty sure you had like a chimpanzee or something.
It's killer is that in the character sheet I have assigned an ape token. It just won't let me drag the ape token out of the character sheet, and it's painful because I put it there so I can find it easier. But no.
Why would you? I would say, why would you expect technology to work?
Yeah, I know.
Especially at the most important time.
Yeah, where I'm trying to use it. Okay. Well, I got a giant weasel, so that's nice. Shit. Okay, well. Let's try monkey and see what that gets. This is killing me. Slowly.
Oh no.
Nope. I just not today. Okay, we're gonna go with random animals then. They'll just have the right names.
Did you type in like baboon?
Yep, I tried monkey, I tried ape, I tried gorilla, I tried baboon, I
hate the search function too, though, because I'll type something into the search function to try to find one of the regular tokens I know exists because I used it before, and it never shows me anything that's in the free token spot ever.
Yep.
You have to manually.
Why would it
look
ever
for it.
give you what you want?
No, I know.
That'd be way
So
too
it
easy.
just assumes you want to use the expensive ones.
Yeah, it'll show you
Yes.
the ones you have to buy, and it'll show you random stuff it can find like on the internet that you can use, but not what's actually for free in the application.
Yeah, no. Because that would
They're
make sense.
using free to play tactics there.
Mm-hmm. And like, bitch, I paid $100 fucking bucks for this membership. Look up my shit properly.
Okie doke. Well, they have tokens. They might not be the right sizes, but they're there for when you guys need them. And they will have Water Walk also cast on them. Okay. Let me look at your guys' stats for a perception check. The Raven did not do so hot.
Neither did the Raven's owner. Which
Yeah.
is true.
Okay, but yes. Like coming up water towards you guys during the duration of your spell.
You
Things
cut
seem
out. Can you say it again? Sorry.
Nothing seems to be occurring or coming up out of the water while you guys are standing there staring into it. You're not noticing anything that's trying to attack you.
Okay.
Are you sure about that?
Yes, I am certain.
Pretty bad.
I mean, not unless you guys are attacking each other.
For now.
I'll say do emotional attacks count.
This princess
No,
was-
emotional attack. I mean, yes, technically they do account because that's how vicious mockery works. But I don't think you have that spell, so no.
Hey, baboon is a frog.
Yep, I gave up.
Wait, they need to be the right size so they have the proper attack range and like an aura.
They should be. The ape is a medium-sized creature.
In the meantime,
Baboon is small. I'll make it smaller. What's in the meantime?
we're still ritual casting, right?
Yeah. We and the weasel is medium. Yep. So during you guys are getting close towards the end of your spell, and so you guys have essentially succeeded in casting this, and nothing has jumped out and gotten you guys.
I also want to give Sarabi the spell of flame arrows. He will just kind of. May I have your quiver for a moment?
Does it make something flashy, like make the quiver shine or something? Just to know.
It can be wreathed in like a gentle flame. Like the mouth of the quiver is like it's on fire, and that's what's giving each arrow that you're pulling out of it the flame ability.
Nice, just Mercer. I need to learn this. Look at how cool it is, even if I don't shoot.
And you can move those, okay, Katie?
A really pretty map. I like it a lot.
Thanks.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
you can move those tokens, okay?
Okay. Sorry,
Alright, cool.
not always working.
No worries. Yes, there you go. You're on fire. But yeah, so you guys successfully cast your spells, and nothing has jumped out to get you. The village is still totally empty when you guys are approaching. You're not seeing anything.
I don't
Yeah,
like
and
that.
a lily pad right there is so cute.
And he's like, look at that lily pad, it's adorable.
Like I put the frog on the lily pad. It fits perfectly.
Just so you know, your giant weasel is currently in the water. So you guys can see where your wooden pathways are. Everything else is water. I'll tell you how deep it is when you jump into it.
I thought that was grass.
No, there is no grass. It is bog. It's algae floating on the top of. Yeah, so the pathways are basically the only solid ground that you guys can see. There was clearly a bridge here at some point in time, but it's recently fallen apart, and so you'll have to jump to get across this section here.
Except for the fact that we've got water walk.
Yes, you can. It will be a bit of a step up and step down, but you can just kind of run across that now.
Hero, how smart is this creature? Like smart enough to just settle an ambush or something like that?
Do I know that from my nature check, DM?
I mean, Pietro's probably smarter than this thing. Like, just a dog is probably smarter than it.
Oh, so it's downright stupid.
It's a giant lizard. What do you want from it? I told you it was a giant lizard.
I know she was just having a Pietro.
Yes, so it is.
As that
It's
one
smart enough for
stupid
the.
head in Okami, because I know you were playing Okami. You find Orochi. It's as smart as that one confused dumb head. Poison.
Oh shit, I didn't to drop that.
Anywho, sorry.
But yeah, you're not seeing anything. What are you guys trying to do? Like what's up to you? You see the map. You guys can see what's going on. You're not seeing anything.
Guys want me to shoot an arrow into the water just to steer shit up.
I mean, you have water at cast on us. You might as well bait it out somehow.
I got major image.
I mean, I can make another perception check.
I can make a girly hydra and like do a little dance.
You know it's a girl hydra because it has bows.
Oh, that's good. That's really good.
Otherwise, I have detect thoughts. It's probably. I don't know if that works on creatures though.
I don't think
Does,
so.
does it have an intelligence requirement for the detect thoughts?
It says read the thoughts of a certain certain
Wait,
creature.
Intelligence of 3 or lower.
I have an idea.
And then she goes to Phil and goes.
Doesn't have a.
I
I go
don't know what intelligence level hydras are.
Hey, that spell you're thinking probably won't work given what Vera knows.
Okay. Speak with animals.
Okay.
It doesn't mean they'll respond. I have shatter, which is a pretty damn loud thing, and it probably definitely stir it up.
Well, we can always just scream instead of you wasting a spell.
Yeah.
Come
Or
out.
just play music and be like, "Come out!" Like one of those people who play music to
Snake charmer?
Snakes. Yeah.
I mean, you guys do have water walk. You guys can just go walk out to the middle of the pond and jump around.
Yeah.
I have an idea.
Huh.
Mm-hmm.
She's gonna go to Phil and go. What was the kind of shit you had to say? Something about a conspiration to bring the fish. Damn it!
I'll send
That
my
red herring?
baboon.
Yes.
Yeah, you have to. It has to be a conspiracy. You have to tell him a lie regarding a conspiracy.
So lie about something you have planned to do.
Okay.
Yeah, you know that soap that's in my bag? It's totally not.
Okay, a herring pops up in your damn armor pill.
She
Okay,
grabs
what
the
do you-
hair and
She sticks her hand down your tunic.
yes, grabs the herring.
I'll say,
I'm
take me out to
going.
dinner first.
Finish the dinner.
Shut up, wizard. This is more important. And then throws the herring with all her strength into the water.
I'm gonna tell Manfred.
Oh, Jesus, make a dex check because it is a wet fish that is alive, and you're trying to hurl it through the air.
And it's funny.
Next. 1 second. I don't know why my sheet was closed.
Yeah,
Nice.
you line it up like a football, and you get a nice spiral on it. And you're throwing a living fish through the air, and it like spins, and it plops into the water over here. It just ploop. A fish went in.
It's moving. Something. It has to attract something. I mean, well, it does. At least I try.
The fish goes in. You guys all kind of wait for a minute, and then you guys kind of see like a larger ripple in the water, and you catch like the edge of a tail of something. Like it flips out of the water and then dives back deeper in. There's something in there. You guys see something move in this area. It is a big something.
You know, guys, I feel like my life is complete. We found I use for that armor. I just have. I just.
Yeah, the armor was not only effective; it was effective like in combat. Congratulations.
Okay, we see the thing. What do we do? Do we want to attack it? Do we want to bring it?
I mean, we want to provoke it and start a fight with it, so yeah. You want to move out into the water?
I can send my baboon to make run out into the water, run around in circles, and make a bunch of sounds while slapping the water.
Can we make it easier for us to see it? I think somebody had fairy fire.
Yeah, I'm planning on using fairy fire in it. That'll make it easier to see it and will give us advantage on our attacks. But I have to wait for it to come out.
I
Okay.
did.
Let me just shoot it.
I do have fairy fire.
Nobody can levitate a hydra, right? It's too big. Just
It's
ask.
too big.
Yeah.
That's
Just
too
asking
big.
for a
Yeah.
friend.
It's a huge creature.
We know where it is now. Let's just shoot it and bring it.
And Kai goes, well, I'm probably gonna have to move out there towards it anyway, too, so I can also just go ahead of time. Because unlike the rest of you, I fight face to face with shit. So, I'm gonna have to move out there regardless.
Nope. I have no problem sending out my baboon. I mean, he's probably the weakest out of all of them.
Rose kind of looks around. I think we should spread out.
What makes you say that?
I don't know. Just the fact that the past 2 or 3 monsters have, like, hit me instead of Kali because I was close to her.
I mean, it's a 5-headed, potentially, Hydra that probably has reach, so...
Your assumption.
Kali, Vero, and Pietro, make me a perception check.
Uh-oh.
Sure.
That's not that great this time. Where'd my
Oh.
character sheet go?
Normal.
Your baboon can technically make a perception check too. 16.
Mm-hmm.
You suck,
Okay.
Cloud. Take it. Take the karma.
Perception is wisdom, right?
Yes. 14. 13. Okay. Vero, there's something swimming underneath the dock, like right underneath where you guys are standing.
Okay, Evil. Guys, it's right beneath us. We should scatter.
Everyone spread out. I'm not going to.
Do you
so
know what to do?
Okay. Go ahead and take your full movement. If you're running, go ahead and take your full movement, and then we will roll for initiative.
Full movement, like 30 feet, or do I have because I have land stride or?
So it's 30 feet. But you have
You have water walk.
water walk, so you can run across the water.
Yeah.
If you want
right.
to. Yeah.
Right.
The slats are not that high above the water. It's like a step up and down. So you can just run across the water if you want to. So you can run your entire movement, like you can use your action too if you really want to get farther away.
I was about to say, go 60
But
if you
this
want.
is alright. I think I don't need to go that far.
I think Rose is gonna 5, 10, 15.
It's a big thing with possibly 10 feet or more reach, so keep that in mind.
Do that thing where you like put a point down and then like.
Oh, I should probably be like
What button do you
there
push?
if Vero's right
Oh,
there.
you're just doing
I'd
it.
honestly be further out.
I think it's
Okay.
shift.
It's a giant beast
Was
with
It wasn't working for
I
me.
was
10
around
feet
here.
or more reach. I don't know how long the reach is.
Caps lock.
And 5
Yeah.
heads. They're all in
That
one
goes
same
50.
spot.
I mean, I'm like 25 feet away. I don't want to be so
Oh.
far away that I can't like
Right
heal
click,
anybody.
Arianti.
Right
Okay.
click.
Yeah, I've moved like 25 feet, so fine.
It's like when you start dragging. So like you put your token, like you're gonna move your arrow, then a right click, and it'll lay an anchor.
Okay.
Also,
It's also, Sparrow, it's a huge creature, so it's going to take up more than like 1 or 2 squares. That's going to take up
Oh.
like 3 by 3 possibly, if not more.
you should
Or
go
maybe a little bit
closer
less.
to him.
I don't know. But
Okay, so
I
like here then? I mean, technically speaking, I started like here. So
But
Can
that's,
I?
like,
you can move your movement's 25, right? Because you're halfling.
yeah.
So you can double move. You're not taking an action.
True.
What were you saying, Sano?
I could go here, but that's too close to Kali. I don't want to get too close. Sorry. Talk.
No, it's fine. I just don't like the fact that the bard's standing alone.
I like it. It's a good plan.
It's really not.
It's really not. Okay.
I
Is
was
Pietro
wondering
moving
if
at
I
all?
should have maybe moved to the bard. Can I still do that, or is that not?
No, you can still do that if you want to.
I mean,
I don't want
no, I'm.
Oriented to be alone.
Pietro is gonna stand next to Kali because
I'm
Sentinel
standing-
back tactics.
If I'm
Okay.
standing right here, I'm within 30 feet of everybody. So like
Okay.
I could still heal everybody. It's not the best placement, like in case there's a head that tries to attack me, but like nobody is other than those two who are all the way out there.
I might be out of. I'm out of range enough to not be downed with the bard and be able to get up should she get down. So, Phil,
I don't know. I'm tempted to put Callie in front of our auntie.
that's good.
Oh,
Sorry,
that's
Auntie.
lovely.
You worried about her?
Oh god, not
Yeah.
20 on roll 20. I got a 10 in real life though. I don't know what I need to.
It's gonna make Pedro move though, but
Oh, that's adorable.
I don't like our auntie being alone like that with a lower AC and hit points.
And
So-
because I always forget.
Actually, hi.
Oh,
Now you're
okay.
by Callie because our auntie won't move farther away.
Next to you because it's always to stand next to God.
Hey,
It's gonna
hey,
come up
Sparrow!
right here.
I rolled the same
Right here.
thing as I rolled in real life too.
no, I only rolled a 10.
Oh, okay.
So that's actually
Okay, if that's the case, I started like here-ish, so I can just
Oh, I have to
a little bit
add the
further.
one of the. I have to add the one of from my dexterity actually. That's not much better, but it's something.
There.
Yeah, I have a grand goose egg of an initiative, so I don't need to worry about that.
adjust your you adjust your initiative, Sparrow, in the
Oh, I did already. I did already.
It says
It's
a
just
10 for me in the turn order.
yeah, because that's what I rolled IRL.
I forgot to
Oh, okay. Sorry, I tuned out of the conversation. That's what we were just talking about.
I forgot to click my token before rolling, so I'm gonna roll again to get my name in there. And then I'm gonna change it to 19. What I really rolled. Okay. So many 19s.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think. Yeah, that's not normal.
It's 4 19s.
Why am I always so slow?
I rolled for my ape. Wait. Okay.
'Cause you care.
My ape needs to be like deleted because it's with me. I can't take it off. There we go. So it's 319.
But then it goes by who has the highest dexterity.
Has the
So-
highest what?
I think dexterity. So it's like what? Sarabi, Arianti, and then Callie. Or Sarabi and Arianti at the same time? Because don't you guys have the same dex?
Mine's 14.
Mine is 6.
Okay, so Sarabi has the highest. My child has passed out on the bed.
So it's like what? Virus like there is something under us, and we're like, oh shit, and then just spread like the game.
Oh,
Realized I was trying to talk, and then you guys couldn't hear me. And I was like,
Hear
hey, we need you to roll initiative. And then no one was answering me.
I can hear you.
Yeah.
We will never ignore you, but we know you can kill us.
Yeah.
Yep, I still need you to roll initiative, though.
We did.
We did.
No, Pill didn't.
Oh.
Oh.
Yeah, or... No, we didn't.
I added him to the turn order, but he just needs to
zero.
roll the number, and I'll type it in.
There.
Or let 0 forever
15.
be initiative.
All right. 15 works for me. Okay. Let me go ahead and get this into the proper order. And we're starting with the Hydra's turn because you guys all took your action and then the Hydra went.
Mhm.
And I need Pietro and the ape to both make dex saves.
It's that big.
It's huge. Monstrosity.
Uh,
Nature's only considered a large creature, by the way.
Do I just roll dex by itself?
Yes.
Unless it has a different dex save. That ape is sneaky as
Specified
fuck.
ones. When I used to use
Oh, combat music.
Doke. All right. Okay, you guys both make it. You both successfully land onto the water as the Hydra destroys the planking you guys were standing on. It was attempting to drop you all into the water.
Oh shit! That
It's huge.
That was
It is in
great,
fact a
great.
huge sized creature.
3x3. Yep.
Yeah. So where you guys were standing, it kind of felt where you guys were because you guys were talking and it could hear your guys' voices. It swam underneath the dock and then just like pushed up out of the water and like started ripping apart the planking there, hoping to knock you all into the water. It did. Both the ape and Pietro now are in the water. You guys just didn't fall over. You're still standing.
You're prone, yeah.
Yeah, no one is prone. And that was its turn, and so we're at the top of the round. It's Pietro's turn. There's a giant motherfucking Hydra next to it. With 5 heads.
Roll!
Yeah.
So, he had advantage because backpack. Woo! It doesn't matter.
Ooh, nice.
20 hits. Okay, so you do 14 points damage.
And it has to face a DC 16. I don't know how you fall prone on the water, but it has to fail.
Okay.
Asking if it can bite its neck off, so it... no, right?
Yeah, that's why Sarabi screamed, go for the neck. No, don't... The next...
Okay.
Oh, the fight music's not even
All right.
playing for me.
Yep. So it is not a. Let me go ahead and roll for its strength save. 14. Why are we rolling with advantage? It's a 7. So it's technically knocked prone. It kind of splashes back down into the water, so it's not on the surface anymore.
Oh, damn it, Pietro! What are you doing?
Yeah, he shoves it back down into the water.
I mean, fair enough. I don't think he can do anything else. So.
Okay, doke. That's your turn. Arianti.
Sarabi
Actually-
before Arianti.
Yeah, Sarabi has higher dex. Kali, do you have higher dex than Arianti?
No.
Okay. Then there we go. Sarabi, you're next.
Hunter Mark Beach.
Okay.
I'm putting Beach to the Hydra. Nobody feel offended.
Yeah. So
Except the Hydra.
it's not too far underneath the surface, but it is it's still visible, like in the murkiness. You can still like see its general location. It's just not on the surface. Yeah.
Okay, there is no point in using the fire arrow when it's underwater. I'm gonna try with poison. It probably is immune to poison because everything is. But I'm just gonna just
Keep in mind that any arrow in your quiver has fire damage.
Yeah.
So they all do regardless.
Yeah, it automatically has fire damage.
even if it goes through water.
No, it does. It does in fact hiss out when it hits the water, but the arrow did hit it. I mean, it was on fire until it hit the water.
Okay, perfect. Then I do I.
Okay. All right, so it dealt another. Go ahead and roll the poison damage for whichever one was poisoned.
It was a D4, right?
hmm
There. I'm gonna take 2 poison.
Okay.
There we go.
Alrighty. So in total, you did 26 points of damage.
Yep.
Okay. You
Then
guys
I'm gonna-
hear?
Here, because I'm scared that the gun is going to explode in the wizard hand. It's going to hurt me there.
Okay. You guys hear the creature like roar, and you managed, Sarabi, Pietro grabbed onto one of the necks and kind of like twisted and left like some bleeding, like a gaping wound. So when you lift your bow and you drill 2 arrows into it in quick succession, you are aiming for the injury. You and Pietro are used to this kind of like doubling up on the same wounds, and you watch as like one of the heads of the creature sort of like floats up to the surface, like clearly you finished severing one of its heads.
Nice! Somebody grab that!
Okay, Arianti.
Alright, so I want to cast Fairy Fire on it, but does that work even if there's water?
It's magic, so it should.
It lands on the surface of everything, though.
Oh, that's right.
Oh.
Yeah.
So I think it would need to be above the water for you to be able to hit it with fairy fire.
Okay, so I'm gonna have to wait on that.
Mhm.
How far is any of my animals able to attack it with how far underwater it is?
Ape?
Yeah, the ape could probably attack it. You would have to be standing like right next to it to hit it in the water.
Okay, he is. It's the ape, right? Let's see. 2 attacks, each one. That one's a range, so. There's a multi-attack that says I can do 2 fist attacks, and then I can choose to do 1 fist attack, so why would I not want to do 2?
I don't know. It's up to you. But it does have the multi-attack ability, so you make 2 fist attacks. Both of those miss. It just kind of like splashes into the water.
Okay, next is Mr. Baboon's turn. He gonna do 1. Baboon. He only has bite.
Is that flanking?
No. It is technically flanking, but the 7 misses. He can roll again if he wants, because he's not getting advantage.
Okay. Baboon. 18.
The 18 hits. He manages to bite onto its tail.
Ow.
These little creatures are so brave. I'm so proud.
They try their hardest.
They try really hard.
They really do.
Does the tickle work underwater though? I don't think it does.
It does say it sprouts up from the ground, which you can't see.
Okay, then I will not do that. I will just do my Eldritch Blast.
Okie doke. Go ahead and roll the hit.
1d10, right?
You gotta roll it to attack first. It's this ranged spell attack. And you can make that twice.
I've forgotten how to D&D.
It's okay. D20 plus your... Yep.
D20 plus what?
Your spellcasting modifier?
Oh, right. It's been so long.
I know. It's tragic.
It's been almost exactly a month. Since we played last.
Other groups would be like...
I didn't hit that.
No, that
more.
one missed. You can roll again, though. You have 2 attacks.
Okay. 16.
16 does hit, so go ahead and roll a d10.
8.
8, okay.
And I'll move that back up just a tad. I don't want to give too much. I want some if I need to. And then this guy, I don't know if he can reach.
Hold on, where were you standing? You said you backed up, yes?
Oh yeah, I was like here and I moved there.
Okay. Yeah.
I said disturbance.
No, you're still good. Go ahead, you can move.
What do you mean?
You're out of its threat range.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, well, how big is his threat range?
You don't know.
Okay, so I bet it's like here.
The question is, which
If-
hill?
So I was here and I'm good. So wow,
Just don't
that's a
back up
big
any
threat
further.
range.
Just stay away.
Okay, I would need to see if my giant weasel can make it over there. His is 40 feet.
And yeah, remember, and he can run across the water too.
Okay, so he gonna do a bite.
Okay.
You got a nat 20.
I noticed.
Woohoo!
So
The
does
nat
that mean
20
12?
does in fact hit.
Does that mean he gets double damage or something, or no?
Yeah, he did. He rolled 2 dice. See, it's the 4 and the 2.
Oh, I see. Yeah. Go
Okay.
Weasel. I forget what I named you. Wesley. I named you
Wesley. Yeah. Okay. That is the Pokemon Master's turn. Ellie, it is your turn.
Yeah. Alright, well, you know, my usual. I'm gonna get right... I guess it's hard to tell with this thing, but can I get right... Do I have to be right here? Or is it...
No, you can be back one. Yeah,
There?
if you, can you
Okay.
guys see the red
Yeah.
aura? That's its like miniature base.
Okay.
Yeah.
But yeah, and the usual. So, what is that? Alright. What are my numbers again? So... 24 to hit.
24 hits.
Alright, and then... 16 points of damage?
Okay.
Is it? Wait. 15, I'm sorry, not 16. 15.
15?
Yeah.
Okay. You cleave off another head. There's now 2 heads just kind of floating in the water.
Okay. Ow.
Can somebody... wait. How many know Mage Hand? Is it a cantrip or I don't remember. Or if...
Trip.
But
Regardless
Mage
of what
Hand
it
can
is,
only pull like 10 pounds.
Yeah,
Oh.
and it's like a 15-pound head.
Yeah.
Well, eh.
But,
Those are...
yeah. And...
Where are the heads floating so we can
I think I rolled the
know,
same.
or they are like in the same place?
They're just right around the monster. Yeah.
24 to hit again.
24 hits.
Alright. Do I want to use any... Nah, I'm good. Alright. Oh, that's max. So that is 16.
Okay.
Okay. And that's it.
Okie doke. Bill, it is your turn.
We've decapitated 2 heads so far, right?
Mm-hmm.
Correct.
Okay. Can I have Princess fly over to cast Inflict Wounds on another head?
Sure.
The neck!
I'm gonna cast it at like level 4, just to be sure.
Jesus Christ. Sure. Princess needs to make an attack roll.
I'm for the neck!
As we
Yeah,
did.
maybe for the neck, obviously.
Okay.
Holy fucking shit.
What did you get?
Hold on, I'm sharing it.
If you got a nat 20, I'm gonna be so mad.
Oh, play dice.
Jesus, you rat bastard. Okay.
How much?
It's at level 4 too. You suck. Hold on.
Can we rename Princess to Murder Bird?
Yeah, inflict
30
wounds. Okay, so it's a additional D10 for every spell slot above first. So so you go to second is another D10, third is another D10, fourth is another D10. So you're rolling 6 D10 times 2. You're rolling 12 D10.
There was once an Hydra there.
So go ahead and roll 12 D10. I would prefer you to roll the Yeah, thank you.
God.
Oh my god! Oh my god!
Yes, the perfect number.
Oh, I don't like you.
That means we at least something for us.
Okay, Princess slams down into the water, and you hear this creature just utterly scream and flail about. And as it's screaming, hundreds of little scratches and cuts are just being like ripped across this creature. 2 more heads fall off. And now it's just flailing, and it's just screeching. What else would you like to do?
What else can I do?
You got a bonus action and a move action.
Well, can I use my movement action to have Princess fly back?
Sure. Well, she can no, because she moved out there, so it's gonna take her.
Then can I use my bonus action to resummon her?
Yes.
Is that possible?
Yes, you can. Yeah, you
Okay,
can.
then
You
I
can
do
bamf
that.
her. Yeah. So it's a bonus action to take her out of existence. On your next turn, as a bonus action, you can pop her back into existence.
Okay, then yeah, I do that.
Okay. She bamfs away. Did you want to move?
I'm gonna move over here just in case.
Okay.
I'm not sure it's gonna make much of a difference, but still.
All right. It is the Hydra's turn. It has lost 4 heads. None of you have hit it with fire. So, in the place of its 4 heads, it now has 8 heads. It now has 9 attacks.
Oh,
So, let's play this game. First you're gonna attack the ape.
We're ready. We're ready. We can do this. Come on.
Hold on, I gotta change my settings one more time. Because it's not letting me, for some reason, it's not letting me toggle. I don't want it to query, I want it to toggle these. Haha, there we go. Okay. Okay. Does a 13 hit the ape?
Katie?
Innate damage. Sorry, I was distracted. Ape is this one. Let's see. Yes, just barely.
Okay.
He's going to be dead, ain't he?
Take 11 points of damage.
Oh gosh, how many HP? Where is HP? He's 19. I don't have an HP thingy for them.
You can just. You think you can? You might just take notes. You just might just pen and paper it a little bit. But he's still alive. Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Cool. Second attack on the ape.
Oh.
27.
Okay. Yeah.
He's dead. Okay, we're gonna
dead.
delete him.
He did.
That's 2 attacks.
Okay, I'm just gonna close this.
Next. Let's see. Let's go ahead and get rid of the baboon.
Oh, I was gonna put the HP in, but I don't think I need to anymore. He only has 3 HP.
Oh, fantastic. Does 15 hit?
Yeah,
Take 11 points.
he did.
Bye, baboon.
But
Okay, that's 3 attacks.
at least they're, using up all this guy's attacks. Yeah.
Giant weasel.
A third of
Giant
them, at least.
weasel. Giant weasel.
19 versus armor class.
Uh-huh. Yup.
15.
Yeah, he died.
Fantastic.
He did. Bye-bye, babies.
They fought bravely. And we
Alright, I have 5 attacks left. Alright, Pietro.
you can
I think 11 misses you.
totally.
Okay. Now, Mother Puss Bucket.
I mean,
Yay.
fine attack. It has 9
12?
chances. One. Yes, misses.
24!
Yeah, that one hits.
Okay. Take 15 points of piercing damage.
Got it.
And then it's got one more attack. It's gonna be on Kali.
Okay.
19 misses you.
Yep.
Okay. It's gonna dive back into the water. Cause y'all suck.
Does it go out of my threat range?
It does. It goes out of both your guys' threat range. It's
Okay.
diving straight down.
Alright, opportunity to attack them with Sentinel.
Okay.
It triggers Sentinel.
26 to hit.
That hits.
So it can't actually leave. Because Sentinel stops it in its movement. So
So it's still there. You
14.
basically grab hold of its tail as it tries to flee.
Why are you running?
14.
14?
damage.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's bleeding. Like the water around you is just full of blood.
So green water is turning red.
Yes.
Mhm.
Red with the blood of your enemies.
But is it still underwater? Or
Yes.
It's just not very far.
Yeah.
Okay. I believe it's my turn next.
no, I go.
Kali
No,
did
next
what
is
she-
Rose.
what she can.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Oh, right. I don't know why I had the thing in
Okay.
roll 20 because
Okay. What do I want to do?
It is just gory as all hell. Like there is just blood splashing out of the water.
Yeah. I don't really have any attacks that would be super useful against it, at least as me. So I think that is a 60-foot range. 60 feet is that far. Start range is around where Orienti is, so I really don't want to do that. Okay. I think that I know kind of what I want to do because none of our Pietro's the only one that's gotten hurt, and even then it's like superficial damage practically.
Yeah, no one but the Hydra.
Yeah, that's the thing.
3 animals are dead. Do they not
Yeah, but-
count?
Yeah, we poof them in and out of existence every day.
Okay, I think
Freaking
that what I want
wizards.
to do is cast Fortune's Favor on Vero.
Okay.
Sure.
It gives
it'll
Vero
be-
luck.
It gives you luck. Here, I'll do the spell just for. It might be useful, is all I'm saying. And then I don't have anything I can do as a bonus action. She's that's a full action to do. Wait, what? It's casting. Oops! It is a casting time of 1 minute. Never
It
mind.
is a minute. Yeah.
Damn.
It's
Okay.
it's a really cool spell. You gotta prep for that one.
I know. That's sad. Now I have absolutely no idea what I want to. Well, I kind of do. Sorry, I've been looking at the spell for this entire fight. And I'm wondering how useful it will be. Okay. Every so often I can do something cool. So all of its heads are completely underwater, right?
Yes.
So I'm gonna cast Control Water right where the Hydra is,
Mhm.
and I'm gonna use the ability Create Trench.
So you're just pulling the water away from it.
Yeah, so that everybody has a better way of seeing it.
Okay, then you stick your hand out towards it, and of course the wooden planks are kind of just like floating in the water, and you just force suddenly like a big vacuum. You suck all of the water out from where the Hydra is standing, creating like a trench, essentially like a valley of water where you've parted the water and you're holding it away from it. This creature is standing in the muck. It is just bleeding, and it's just in the muck at the bottom of this bog that it is standing in, and it like falls to the ground and is roaring. It is just furious.
And Kali and Pietro have water walks, so they don't get that either.
No, they're standing on top of it. They're essentially on top of the wave, and it is at the bottom of this wave. It's like 20 feet down at the bottom of the thing, but this creature's huge, so you can still see it. Like, it's just standing at the bottom of the water now.
Mm-hmm.
Okie doke. Vero, it is your turn.
I would like to remind you that at some point there stands regardless of the creature's abilities or magic items, it can't make more than one melee or a ranged attack during its turn. I am casting slow.
Of course you are. What the hell do I have to roll?
A wisdom save.
Wisdom save. Oh, man.
That's why I wanted to do Fortune's Favor.
13? Is it slow now?
It's the slow no.
Okay. It's got a snail icon on it now. As halved, takes a -2 to... Can't use its reactions. On its turn, it can either take an action, not both, regardless of its abilities or items.
And
it can't take more than one melee attack.
Yes.
Oh, that sucks. Is it an ability? Is that what that's called? It's just not a race? Okay, fine. Fine.
Oh, this is beautiful.
You're
Alright.
so smart, Sardos. You're so smart. Please teach me.
Did you want to do anything else, Vero?
I don't think I want to.
Okay, you gonna move or...
I'm far away enough, I think.
Okay.
I'm not smart, I just have nice spells.
Okay. Pietro, it is your turn.
Wait, did I... Ooh. I restarted all my windows closed. There we go. Attack with advantage because back tactics.
Yeah, 24 hits. Okay, how do you want to do this?
Oh,
It had 1 hit point left.
Okay.
You know what? I have finished before, but I keep forgetting that Beastmaster Pietro can attack when Sarabi attacks because reaction. Anyway,
Yes.
I want to rip the last original health off. Like,
Okay. Pietro is now standing on top of this wave with the creature below it. He has the high ground and uses that to his advantage, pushing down against the water. It causes like a ripple next to you, Kali, as his force against the surface tension shoves him up as he leaps down into the essentially pit of water that Rose has created. It lands on top of the creature's back, slamming it down into the muck. And with this wolfish cry, you hear as Pietro howls before grabbing the back of the last head and then yanking and just ripping the final head off. The other heads kind of make this like horrible screaming noise before it all slams down into the muck with Pietro standing on top of it, that the final head held in his teeth. The other 9 heads, the other 8 heads that were there slowly kind of fizzle and turn to ash, leaving only the 5 behind. As the creature, the rest of the body is still there, but they're just like headless necks, essentially. As this creature is just slowly dies as Pietro yanked its last head off. This was gonna be a longer fight until one of you did 96 points of damage or 69 or whatever. That was like half its hit points.
I don't know if I should be really happy or a little bit sad that the idea I was so proud of didn't even. What?
what all of you should be is looking at the wizard and going, Jesus Christ, what did you do? Like, Princess flew over towards it, and then the water erupted in blood.
Yeah, you're right.
This is still unusual for us at this point. It's like, yeah, we know the wizard explodes things. He kills shit.
I've just. You rolled 12 d10.
Yes.
It just doesn't seem fair. Now you burn a 4th level spell slot on it, but Jesus! I am none of this hesitating shit. My boss monsters are all gonna have 2 phases. This is just ridiculous.
Yes, transformation.
What? This thing has, what the hell is its CR? Hold on. This damn monster has a CR of 8.
Wow, that's like a dinosaur.
Yes, I know. You guys just killed a dinosaur.
Oh, we're just good. That's what
Yes,
we
you are. Yes, you guys are really good. It does remind all of you, after having people talk up how cool your guys' skills are, you guys just raffle stomp this monster, no sweat. So yeah, you guys are pretty much badasses. But I think that leaves us time for you, Khalid, to go pick up your husband. We didn't even take that long for this combat.
I gotta leave right now.
Well, fantastic. That in 30 minutes or so, does that work for you?
Yeah.
Okay, in 30 minutes or so, we'll pick this back up, and we'll do the Candlekeep mission. But yeah, you guys have collected the 5 heads of this Hydra. There's still a Hydra body, but once the spell ends for the...
Oh, can I extract valuable organs from it?
Sure. Yeah, you'll have to try to get it back up to the surface of the water. It's not going to float when the water comes crashing back over it.
Rose still parting it for like 10 minutes.
Oh, okay. Then yeah, you can try to gut stuff from the Hydra for the next 10 minutes. Okay, we'll do that.
Help?
Yeah.
Of course I want to help. Damn it, let's get going. Like Vera just walks away.
Freaking.
Yeah.
The use of the slow spell, by the way, was pretty spectacular. If he had lived, that would have really sucked for the damn thing. I mean, he was gonna get 10 attacks the next round. Like, he was gonna start to really rip at you guys.
Honestly,
but somebody did 69 points of damage!
Honestly, as cool as 69 damage is, Callie's kind of disappointed. She's like, God damn
that it didn't take so long. You guys killed it in less than 6 seconds.
Yeah.
You guys killed it in 6 seconds.
So what she's becoming is Saitama from One Punch Man at this point.
Basically.
We all are. We're just more like, I want something to actually hit me. Before you know it, she's gonna get so insane about fight not feeling challenging enough. She's just gonna go in with no armor. Fuck this! I want a challenge, goddammit!
That sounds like a great idea.
Pill's not allowed to cast powerful spells when we're doing like a side
mission without Pill.
Okay,
Pill,
let's do this. Kali and the wizard can fight each other.
She's like, you're awesome, Pill, but goddamn.
I'm just gonna have to drop a dragon on you. That's all there is to it. Maybe a rock. I'll throw a rock at you.
Oh, please.
Oh boy.
Anywho.
I keep thinking I'm coming up with fights that are too difficult, and then you people roll nat 20s on me.
Anti-squad.
Too difficult. Bah! Here's a Trask. Fight a Trask.
A Trask just drops out of the sky.
Yeah.
You can't just kill a Hydra in 6 seconds. Spells go brrrr.
I guess I'm more disappointed in myself than I am in you guys.
It was sort of luck though.
It really was luck.
It was.
No, it's more dangerous.
imagine if we didn't have Arianti, because this was initially made for when Katie was away. If we didn't have Arianti, we wouldn't have had 3 extra targets for the Hydra.
Yeah,
That's
with them all
true.
on Petro and Callie.
I was hoping I could pop the little buggers faster than I could. I had 9 attacks. I figured I was, I had some to spare. And then I couldn't hit you guys. I hit the monster. I hit the freaking other guys, but not you two.
The solution next time is 2 Hydras.
Okay, no kidding. There should have been a second one.
Yeah.
Snuck up on all you guys. While you're fighting the first one.
I can
Trash
charge it up to 6
riding a
creatures,
Hydra.
by the way.
Yes, I know. I saw that.
You got a Hydra with his friendly neighborhood beholder. Have fucking fun.
Okay.
We didn't get a
The only practical spell component you can probably get out of the Hydra, besides its skulls, which you were giving to somebody else, is its heart. You could probably carve into the creature and pull out its heart.
Okay, I do that.
Okay.
Can I put it in my... Do I have room to put it in my bag of holding? With the heads?
I'd say just. It is basically full now. You really can't. Not even like you can't. You probably can't stick like spare meat in there anymore.
Okay.
Beth,
Yes.
was the Hydra regaining health every time it regened a head?
Yeah. You guys were
was?
just obliterating it. Yeah, it
Wow.
was.
Thought it was.
Yeah,
thought it had more health
Okay.
than that. Okay, so it was.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Okay.
Yeah. It gained back 40 hit points. But you guys still did enough damage to just kill it.
Oh, wow.
It lost 2 heads before it regained the 2, right? Or did it lose 3 heads?
It lost 4.
4.
So it
And
regained
it
10
goes-
hit points from each head that it lost.
And it grows. Oh, so it gains damage from the heads it lost, not the heads it regrows.
Yes.
Oh, so it's 40.
Oh, okay. So I did the math wrong. I was thinking that so if it grows 2 heads, it gets 20 hit points per head. Not 20 parts per head. 10 hit points per
Oh!
head.
No, yeah, it should have. It should have regained 80, but it's fine. You
Yeah.
killed the silly thing. It wasn't gonna last. It wasn't gonna last a second round. Not with you guys all stomping it.
It could have hit me though, so I'm kidding.
Yes, it could have.
It's
If
already
it's
dead.
one attack,
It's
if it's
okay.
one
It's just,
attack,
I felt a little bad seeing the rules. I was like, did Beth remember that? I'm like,
I added in 40, not 80. But it's still, even with the extra 40 hit points, it wasn't gonna fly.
I mean, it's part of the turn. We have all to attack before it can attack support.
Yeah, it's Robbie. So all of my main fighters and Pill were gonna hit it before it got its attack.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
So I feel less guilty now.
you're fine. Yeah.
Cool. All right. Okay. Now I will leave, and I'll be back in 30 minutes.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
Yeah. So you're gonna need to make a survival or a nature check in order to cut out the heart, because you're trying to make sure you get it out without damaging it.
I'm on it. Please don't fail. This is expensive. Nice.
What'd you get?
21.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, you're able pretty easily to cut out the creature's heart. But yeah, you notice though, as you're starting to cut out its heart, like some of the wounds had healed while you guys were attacking this thing, but it could not keep up with your guys' just blows. But yes, there. So you've got the Hydra heart and its 5 heads. And you have now saved the village from the Hydra. Congratulations.
Yeah, because that was totally out of character. We were in here for the money only.
Okay, guys, we're coming to rob you.
it's not been 10 minutes yet, it's just been 6 seconds.
Don't call it robbery, call it tribute. Because we defeat them all.
No, God.
Okay, but yeah, so we will check back in about 30 minutes or so. And we will head to Candlekeep then.
Sure.
Sound good to everybody?
It's midnight and I'm hungry. Going for dinner. If I can
I
do
apologize in advance for all the nerding out that Vero's gonna do.
No, that's okay.
That's his thing. This is
yeah.
his deal.
Yep. So after you guys return, so for the reward, you have the gloves now. You also pick up 1,200 gold, and a potion of greater healing
The bag of
for
gold.
returning the 5 heads.
Ooh, nice.
Yeah.
Into the
Also, when they return, after they slept and all of that,
Mhm.
Ver will practically, how do you put it? Not jump Pill, but like find him on the floor or something.
What?
Not on
Tackle
the floor. Not tackle. No. It just
I need my camera. 1 second.
Sorry.
no. Just
Interrupting real quick.
find
1,200
just-
gold, right, Beth?
Yes.
But my first instinct was glop.
No.
And a
He will
greater,
just find
greater
him.
potion.
He will just find him.
Correct.
He will just find him somewhere unexpectedly. That's what I meant.
They are
Okay.
running
Okay.
in the pool fighting for supremacy.
Who is
Zero
the better
pound.
nerd?
Guys. No, he will just appear and say, so I have 2 very particularly rare and probably never printed before books.
I feel like you're going somewhere with this.
I might. You are aware that Ken will keep us relatively close, right?
I am.
So, what do you think about joining me on a study trip in which you can research, perhaps as a favor, certain facts about necromancy, and he's gonna pull out a journal of his and show him what he kind of wrote down. I think you might be interested in it.
Well, I guess I wanted to dedicate my research today to ice cream, but fine.
All I'm imagining is Vero getting down on one knee in front of Pill and going, "Will you be my study buddy?"
Somebody needs to draw that. Oh,
Instead of a ring, it's a book.
Yes, yeah. It's him offering this journal. It's just him saying, "Pill, I've known you for a long time. Will you be?" Pulls out book, "My study buddy."
oh.
You know how like the girl naturally like cries every time the ring comes out because
Yes.
Phil's just like staring down at him like what?
Yeah.
I thought we totally agreed not to give that particular ship any fuel.
Who says it's actually fuel? It's just crack at this point.
It is crack.
They both like to study. I mean, that's something in common.
Yeah, just
They
take
both
it.
have
Yeah,
long
it's-
hair.
Oh my god.
It only needs one thing. You know how this goes.
They're both magic boys. They both like to read.
Boys.
It's like a match made in heaven. They should kiss.
Yeah, disregard the completely different approaches to almost everything and morals stance and ideals, but whatever, right?
That's what makes them so good together.
Exactly.
Yeah, I was gonna say Vero's a druid, Pill's a necromancer. It's a life and death thing, yin yang, you know.
Yeah.
But yeah, before we derail like that, I mean, I know it's sort of like a favor, but I'd be really happy if you could help.
All right, sure.
Great. And he will get those books out of their very careful placed place in his bag, cannot words, and will lead the way.
Okay,
Practically skipping his way to Candlekeep.
Yes.
all right. So you two, it takes you about half a day to get to Candlekeep because you have to kind of like ride around the outside. Actually, no, you guys can probably take a ferry over. So you guys head out to the docks, and there are ferries that go every hour to Candlekeep. So you guys hop on one of the ferries, and it takes you out to the spires of Candlekeep.
Can I say that Rose actually joined them to just kind of ride and get close to Candlekeep, even
Sure.
if she's not actually going in? Cool.
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, so you three are headed to the spires of Candlekeep, and of course it's winter here, so it is a cold, foggy morning that you guys are boarding these ferries, and you begin to ride around the mountain. And as the clouds part and the sun sort of shines through the fog, you see the spires of Candlekeep. Massive, tall, stretching towards the heavens, just different columns of just castle-like structures that reach up and up and up. It brings to mind a wizard's tower, but there are dozens of them, all connected with sky bridges and walkways. It is this beautiful piece of architecture that seems to have more additions added to it since over the last 100 years. There have been more wings added to Candlekeep as it sits atop this solid stone foundation that the seemings as though the rock and stone from the mountain next to it was simply carved away, and those pieces were then placed into this glorious sort of architecture. A majority of the people who were on this ferry don't actually get off. They're just like Rose. They're just tourists. They just wanted to see the spires of Candlekeep. And slowly the ferry approaches, and the captain sort of does his little tourist spiel as they approach Candlekeep, and sort of explains about its history as being one of the oldest libraries in all of the Sword Coast. Its ancient spires welcome those who bring knowledge to share, and of course they'll dock and let you go, stand there and bask in its glory. I'd say take pictures, but go pose for a painting or whatever. But yeah, but for the most part, no one is expected to go up to the actual front steps of Candlekeep, and it's like a hike. It's a lot of steps. You guys are gonna have to hike up this like stony base that is around Candlekeep that you have to hike up to get to the main doors of the temple.
There any energy drinks or caffeine that I can get from the ferry?
Nope.
Damn it.
You can get some fish if you want, but you have access to fish. You just have to get Vera to lie to you. But yeah, so you guys, you two are the only ones. Yeah, you two are the only ones who are appear to be actually going to Candlekeep with intent. It is just the two of you who begin to take the stairs up to Candlekeep.
Yeah, before they head up there, Rose kind of calls out to them, "Good luck, guys," and she casts Fortune Favor on both of them.
Okay. I'd say you've been kind of prepping that spell before they left, so you had that mini cast.
For sure.
Okie doke. Are they getting any other bonuses from anybody?
Yeah, I'm casting, or Oriente wanted to do something, right?
I was going to give you guys both Dice of Inspiration.
Okay. Now those last, I think, for an hour.
Bless you.
Okay, so make sure you use those in an hour.
Thank you.
Within an hour.
And Pill's going to cast guidance on himself and Vero.
Okay. Cool. So the guidance lasts just for your next roll, I believe.
Which is fine.
Yeah.
Because it's a cantrip, so he can just cast it over and over again.
So yeah, so you guys slowly make your way up to Candlekeep. It's awe-inspiring. The feeling you get of knowing how ancient this library is. For you especially, Vero, you understand what it means to be long-lived, but you do not think even in your lifetime could you read all that Candlekeep holds. It is a towering archive of information and knowledge from around the world. It's a beautiful place and very intimidating. And as you approach, massive wooden doors that have intricate carvings inside along the wood, and heavy wrought iron bars that seem to be holding the door and structure together. And there are guards. Though they don't look like guards you're particularly used to seeing, they are just a couple of men, no armaments on them. They're not wearing armor. They're just standing in well-cut robes and just standing guard. They're clearly guards, but they're not wearing any of the typical paraphernalia that are associated with someone like a guard. They're just standing at the doors.
All right. I would say a good day to you. I would like to share knowledge for knowledge, as seems to be procedure.
One of the guards turns to you and goes, "Do you have something to give to Candlekeep?"
We do indeed, and he's gonna pull out both. I think it was one of both books that they got out, the Divination Wizard's Tome.
Yeah.
In place.
You pull them out, and he doesn't come over to look at them. He just turns to the big door, and then slowly pulls one of his hand back, and then slams his hand forward on the door, like an open palm strike, and the door, and it slowly opens. This massive, it's a near silent how quiet this door opens. He pushes the door the rest of the way open and gestures for you to enter.
Thank you very much, and he will go with Phil.
Straight ahead, speak to the woman sitting at the desk. And then as you both enter, I'm assuming you're both entering?
Yep.
Yep. The door slowly closes behind you and locks again. Inside this long, it's just this glorious, very well lit stone hallway. And of course, from the outside, you can see this place is full of windows, and they're stained glass. From the outside, they just look like normal glass, but now that you're on the inside, they're just these intricate murals in glass and color, and they're quite lovely to look at. They're depictions of the keepers here, the people who originally protected Candlekeep, and they're just depictions of the archive itself, and the tomes that they hold. More of these interesting guard individuals are in this room. There's a second story level to it, and it has other sort of doors and things like that. But the first floor that you guys are on have just kind of arches, like arched just walkways. And there are guards posted, 2 each at all of the doors and walkways. And then straight ahead of you is a woman sitting at this massive desk. There is no one around her. She is just sitting down.
Right. I guess we will approach. I guess I'm doing just social stuff right now. And he will say, "Hello, good day. It's nice to meet you.
Okay.
I have recountants of a wizard, of a divination wizard, Daedarius. I'm not sure. From an ancient tomb. I would like to give them to Candlekeep in exchange for a day of being able to read in its vast knowledge."
The woman at the desk kind of smiles at you, and sort of adjusts her spectacles a little bit. And may I see that tome?
You will give them, of course.
Okay, you hand them across, and she picks up the book and begins to mutter. And you guys both know enough to know that the spell is the Identify spell. And she begins to mutter and leafs through the pages. Her eyes are glowing a soft yellow color as she flips through each book. She puts that one down, picks up the next one, recasts Identify, and flips through the other book, sets both of them down, and she smiles. You two, this is an acceptable entry for the both of you. How long do you wish to stay in Candlekeep? Our maximum is 24 hours, but you are always welcome to leave before.
And Ver will just give a look at Pill, like asking with his eyes if that's alright.
It's fine, we can stay all day.
We would like to stay there for 24 hours, actually.
I'm afraid I missed everything you just said.
Basically, Vero looked at Pill for confirmation and said, we would like to stay the full 24 hours, actually.
She nods. I understand. Many do. And she opens up a desk drawer and pulls out two, essentially lanyards. They're these sturdy pendants. They're on a long chain with a metal sort of square pendant on it that has a runes etched into it. And she hands one to each of you. For the duration of your stay, wear these at all times in the open so that our guards may identify you at distance, to ensure that we identify that you are here for your proper stay. These do contain divination magic, and will allow us to find your location wherever in Candlekeep. It is a requirement that you must always have these on, so at the end of your 24-hour stay, we can find you and escort you back down here. And she offers them both to you.
Understandable, of course. I'll take it.
You could, cheat the system and just toss the lanyard somewhere and just stay in Candlekeep for longer.
Sure, that's how that'll work.
There you have the chaotic one.
Yeah, Vero's not... Okay, he's not lawful, but he's neutral.
The neutral doesn't want anything to do with chaos, but it does happen.
So do you guys put on the medallions?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
She nods to both of you and says, each wing contains different histories. And she kind of gestures to the different wings, as well as different eras of arcane knowledge. Seek the librarians in the wings to determine if this is the location for which you are looking. Candlekeep is a large archive. I do not recommend trying to search for what you are interested in alone. It will take you much longer than you expect it to. Our librarians are here to assist you in any shape or form. And she gestures to one of the robed figures. He is a librarian. The guard figures that you assumed were guards are what she is referring to as their librarians. The librarians would always be happy to help you. And then she just kind of goes back to her work. She puts the books that you guys gave her into a separate drawer, closes it, little golden key she has, locks up the drawer, and she goes back to her work.
There we go.
Okay.
Time to work, Brainiacs.
Alright, let's get to it. Pill looks for one of the librarians.
Vero does as well.
Okay. So you kind of have two wings. Which wing are you heading to? To the right or to the left? Where are you starting?
Oh, great. Any indication on which
Well,
is
can Pill find a librarian before approaching a wing?
Yeah, there's 2 librarians standing at either wing. So you just have to like pick a direction, and there's a librarian standing there.
Okay, then yeah, he approaches, I guess, the right one.
Vero can go left. It's more time sparing that way.
Okay. You guys approach the librarians. What are you asking them?
Do you want to go first, or do you want me to?
I think Vero might ask straight out. If it would be no problem for you, where would I find? Where would I find the section about a former history of the gods?
The history of the gods. And he sort of thinks for a moment. You will try the southernmost wing, 16th floor. From the 16th to the 33rd, you will find the history of the gods.
16th to the 33rd floor? Jesus Christ.
It's huge. They're like skyscrapers.
Oh, okay. I'm assuming it would be possible to go to said floors, to the said person in said floor, and inquire. To further minimize that. Are those wings, floors, do they divide between the certain gods? Because I'm looking in specific for information about Valsharun and Kalambor.
This librarian is a woman, a female.
Sorry.
No, it's okay. No. I'm giving you verbal context. It's not you. It's just the verbal. So this is a female because they are both, and they're mixed races too. So this one is a female halfling. Again, very similar dress. No weapons of any kind. No armor. She smiles. They are ordered alphabetically by God. I recommend using the god's true name for your search. Any aliases will be included within that section. So so you're looking for K and V. So who are you starting with? Kalemvor or Valsharun?
Oh god. I guess
Literally, oh god, at this point.
Get the beauty on the uncle.
I think. Oh my god, what do I do? I think maybe starting with Kalambor would save more time and then go to Valsharun.
Okay. So you eventually find the K section. And there are a number of K gods, but again, alphabetical. So you do manage to find the section that is dedicated to Kalemvor. And it's the ceilings, each floor have vaulted ceilings. The bookshelves run from floor to ceiling. There are thousands, hundreds of thousands of texts in just this one bookcase alone.
Are there any more helpful librarians?
This would be the part where you need to make an investigation check.
Okay, cool. I have. Can I use Fortune's Favor only once?
Yeah.
Yes.
But
it only lasts an hour, keep in mind.
Okay, Fortune's Favor it is then. Oh, let's see. Oh my gosh. If I fucking mess this up, I'm gonna cry.
Don't forget, you also have Ariante's Bardic Inspiration, which only lasts an hour or two. So,
And my
Okay. 17 plus my investigation is a 3 is a 20, and I get a D6 Bardic Inspiration.
I think it's D8 now.
Is it D8 now?
Yeah, she's
Cool.
plus a D4 for guidance.
Cool. So. Wow,
Just-
27 and.
Nice.
Beefing up
Whoa!
this roll.
31.
Okay, 31. What are you looking up? What information do you want about Kalemvor?
What I basically want is how did sort of what the parrot was all about. What was his? It's basically how did he come to the place he's now, to the point he's now?
Mhm.
What made him basically the death god he is now, and how is that related to Welshroom, kind of, if there is something like that.
Okay. So essentially just the history of Kalemvor. Yeah, you absolutely
Basically.
find the complete... It's an anthology series, so it's like you find volume 1 through 12 of Kalemvor. It's just his history. What languages do you read?
Give me a second.
I think you read Celestial, don't you?
I do.
Yeah, they're in
know
Celestial.
Cool.
So you begin to read this story, and you learn about the history of Kalemsvor Lionsbane. Kalemsvor Lionsbane grew up in the Lion's Keep Central, a small village in which he was the second son of a nobleman. He grew up to love music and history as a young child, but one of his dear friends and mentors in the arts was disliked by his father and was brutally attacked and thrown out of the castle for not teaching Kalemvor the art of war as was requested. This did not sit well with Kalemvor and his growingly distrustful and angry father. And when Kalemvor turned 15, he discovered the secret of the Lionsbane family. They're were-panthers, and it was cursed upon their household. That from as a family long line of mercenaries, one such mercenary wronged a very powerful sorcerer, and she cursed their family line that they would, if they ever attempted a task and did such a thing that required payment for such a task, it would trigger the latent curse in their blood. Kalemvor, on his 15th birthday, chose to do a task his father was paying him for, and his father knew that this would trigger the curse, although he expected to be able to control it, being a were-panther himself. Kalemvor killed his father in this attack and fled into the woods as a wild beast. It took him many months in order to regain his humanity and come to terms with the fact of who he was now. He began to travel with an adventuring party. Upon turning 18, he chose to travel the world and traveled with other like-minded and heroic individuals. They would charge money, and Kalemvor would always say he was doing it for free, and his friends would then support him, knowing his history. There are several sections of the book that mention a person's name. Whenever they mention this person's name, it's like whited out, or like the text itself is gone, as though the name itself had been like the ink erased from the book. However, this person is then later referred to as R. Her nickname becomes just R. And R seems to be a lifelong companion of Kalemvor through his adventuring days. At one point, though, they got mixed up in a fight for a fight against a god, and Kalemvor was killed, though his soul was actually saved by the sword itself, who had been a god in disguise. The God's Bane sword collected his soul and protected it from the former god of death. R took the form of, and again, the name is blotted out. It's just another missing name. And 2 rose to godhood, and she began to rose to godhood and did other things, while this evil god of death sort of controlled her. Many years passed before Kalemvor was finally given the opportunity. His soul was able to be freed, and he once again fought the former god of death, who had slowly been going mad, desperate to prevent the prophecy from being fulfilled about him being dethroned. That's why he killed Kalemvor. He knew Kalemvor was to be the person to dethrone him, and so he thought if he preemptively killed him, he would, gain capture of his soul as the god of death. But his soul never entered the Fugue plane. When Kalemvor and he fought again for a second time, R, the blank, and again the name is removed, finally broke free of her control from the former god, and together Kalemvor dealt the final blow against the god and became the new god of death. He tried to do his job the best he could, to be the god of death. It was he took human forms and tried to ferry souls himself along with R, whoever R is, and made enemies with the other gods for his decisions about how to treat the faithless and the false, those who pretended to worship other deities. He chose to instead cherish those who were good souls, though they had no faith, and the false were punished horribly in his domain. This angered the other gods, for this was not Kalemvor's right to deal justice in such a way. And it angered gods like Velsharoon, the god of necromancy and liches. Velsharoon had been using the faithless souls and the fallen, or the false, to power his own necromantic needs, because he could not access the souls of the faithful from their planes and their eternal rest. And with R guarding the passage between the mortal realm and the astral sea, he could not steal the mid-transit. It increased his and his followers' ire in trying to raise the dead. It made it more and more difficult. Finally, the other gods who were angry with Kalemvor banded together and struck out against him in his domain. During this time, he and R, something happened between them, and R sort of became less known. Like this figure who had sort of been with him this whole time, she was hurt in some way during this attack, and fell out of favor, or was less written about, and sort of became a faceless servant to R, no longer a goddess in her own right. But Kalemvor realized the errors of his way. He was not doing the title of the god of the dead justice. He was not the just. He was choosing what was right and wrong, and that was not his place. He changed the world, the Fugue plane, his city of death, into that of one of grayscale. Now, no longer was there the righteous heavenly plane. There was only gray. No punishments were dealt out to the faithless or the false. Solely were the souls who supported no gods were simply divided and placed amongst each other who had similar ethics to continue to live their life. There would be no joy, no great reward, but it was not an ending. Kelemvor realized his problem was, to be a god, you cannot have your humanity. And it was difficult for him to accept that he must change how his outward appearance was. He stopped appearing to his worshippers as a mortal man, only becoming a masked figure wearing black robes. He chose to let go of his own humanity in order to properly ferry those that are dead. To no longer take from the other gods, their worshippers, to steal their followers in the idea that they don't need to worship anyone because Kelemvor's afterlife will be better. It is simply existence. It is not better or worse. It is just continuance. And that's sort of the history of Kelemvor.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
I'm wondering who this R person is.
I wonder.
It's probably RQ.
Yeah, it's probably RQ,
Who's RQ?
the Raven Queen.
That's what I was thinking.
But it is very
But yeah.
interesting.
But the name of this other figure is just been wiped from history.
Nothing said anything about a child, right?
No, there was no mention of a child.
Okay.
Where you lending it to the Arientis?
Because Kelemvor mentioned that he had a daughter once, and I asked Vero
He did. Yes, he did tell you he had a daughter.
to research about a daughter.
Doom, 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 doom.
Do you want to continue researching now that you know his history? What else do you want to know?
If he had a daughter.
Not,
Yeah,
not
well-
for you. You can't ask questions.
You
I
hear
will look
the
this up.
voice.
Yeah, Arianji. I told you to look up something about his daughter. I will try.
Okay, so you want to look up something about Kelemvor's daughter?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I did tell Vero that. You and everyone else was gone, but I said that.
Okay. Using your 31 because it's a spiffy roll. I'm not gonna make you. That's 30 is nearly impossible.
Okay.
So yeah. So you continue your search now that you kind of know what you're looking for. And you find a tome, talking about the Lionsbane family lineage. And it sort of goes into detail about the different people in the lineage. And there is an entry for Kelemvor and his family line. And it talks about his father's death. And finally, towards the end of the page, there is mention that Kelemvor did in fact have a child with, and there is a blank name, where as though the ink had been removed from the page.
Oh.
Oh my gosh, okay.
She was she was the mother of this child. Whoever that blank name was the mother of this child. And they had a child whose name was never recorded. The child died
Oh.
a few months after her birth.
Aw.
But there was never a name recorded. She never had a naming day.
Oh wow.
That's really sad.
Dying in this world is just a temporary state.
Yeah, that's true. Regardless, anything else about Kelemvor I might be off.
There was there's the war. I don't know if you want to research that at all, where the other gods came to attack Kelemvor's home.
I mean,
It's
Which
related
was
to the Sharoon, so you might as well.
yes. Okay, I will. I
Okay.
didn't. Yeah.
I'm not trying to push you or anything, but
No,
like,
no, I didn't. Yes, I should have figured out. Yes, I would like to.
Nope, that's okay. Let's see. Sorry, I have to pull up my different notes. Hold on.
Who was these bitches that are?
Yeah. So.
and how can we kill his servants?
So there were 4 gods who struck up against Kalemvor that day. It was Talos, the god of tempests, Velsharoon, the god of necromancy, Shar, the god of assassins, and there was one more dude. Sorry, hold on. What was his name? And here we go. Sort of as the sort of string puller, essentially. This person, he kind of pulled most of the strings. Was Azuth. And Azuth is a lesser god of magic. He's neutral and served Mistra.
Huh.
She's the Lady of Mystery and was the former goddess of
Magic.
magic.
That's interesting. Is there anything else I'm gleaning from what I might have pulled out?
The war was a god's war. If this war had touched the mortal realm, it would have been devastating. It would have destroyed Faerun as you know it. But it ripped apart. It did a significant amount of damage to Kalemvor's plane, and he has spent a great deal of time fortifying the structure of his home. It's become a fortress within the Astral Sea. During the attack, a bunch of souls were freed, just like got out, and they're just sort of escaped. And Kalemvor has been slowly recollecting them, but they spread all over the Plano system. So there's just a bunch of ghosts just kind of wandering around that either are getting used for necromantic purposes, or escaped into other planes, or they're just bunches all over the place. You were also seeing more and more about this mystery person who was struck down in the heat of this battle. Someone was nearly mortally wounded, if a god could be so harmed.
The blanked out name again, right?
Yep.
Yep. That paints a picture. Cool. I think I did write Velsharoon, but maybe it would make more sense to look Shar up instead, since the stuff of Kalemvor and Velsharoon was just so it kind of.
I mean, Velsharoon still hates Kalemvor's guts. Like the attacking gods succeeded in what they wanted, but Kalemvor fought them off. Like, he essentially kicked 4 gods' asses, and kicked them out of his plane. They did a significant amount of damage and almost killed one of the other gods, but he won. They are not happy about this. They were trying to attack him in an attempt to dethrone him, and they failed.
That's okay. I might actually, since I know about Velsharoon, since he's so connected to Kalemvor, I don't know if I still have the time or not, or if Bill wants to, but perhaps, maybe, I'd like to see if he could look up maybe Shar in particular and what kind of tactics she used. in the war.
Question. How are you telling Pill this? Your updated information.
Did you say phone?
I think he might use the earrings that he whispers to Pill certain tidbits when he notices him. Yeah, there's that. Asking if it's okay if he doesn't disturb him, of course. But
You don't get any reply. Pill, you don't hear anything.
Oh no!
Oh, nice.
You said the spell, you don't hear any response. You have no idea whether it didn't work, he's too far away, or what's happening. But you don't get a response from Pill.
That's great.
Did we want to switch back and forth between you guys as you guys each do a thing? So like now we'll do Pill and see what Pill's up to, and then we'll come back for your next topic.
Also, Vero writes everything down.
Yes.
So that isn't information lost, just saying.
Yeah, I'm assuming we are going to refer back to this episode significantly. Yeah. So did we want to continue all with Vero's things, or did we want to switch over to what Pill is up to?
It's up to you, Sano, honest. I'm fine either way.
How about I do that thing on Shao real fast, and then we switch over to you, and then we switch back to me, and maybe we can, hopefully one can meet up for Kidriff, but if not, one can compare notes later.
Okay. Go ahead and roll another investigation check. You eventually find the S section, you find the Shar section. You're just trying to learn what kind of tactics Shar used in the war.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Nope. That one didn't go so well. Shit. That's a 10 altogether.
10. There's not a lot about particularly tactics for the war. You don't find too much mentioned about Shar's invasion on the Fugue Plane. You do find a little bit about Shar's just her worshippers, who of course are assassins and thieves. Who are often known, the clerics, quote unquote clerics of Shar, are often death clerics. And typically are also assassins of some kind or another and receive messages from Shar to do her bidding on the mortal plane. So she sends them on missions. So they're essentially on missions from God to go kill people.
Right.
Yep.
Cool.
But they're clerics, so they heal people too.
So something to look forward to if Shar ever gets word that we're around again. Potentially.
Yep.
Yeah, great. Anyway, okay, cool. I'll be right back.
Okay. Pill, what did you want to research first?
I wanted to... Would it be a stretch to ask for, beings named Kidriff and archives of unique liches discovered within the past few decades?
Well, we do not alphabetize by individuals' names, at least not on such a large scale. If you were looking for liches, I would look in the basement floor. You're going to want to head to the farther down the northern wing. There will be a basement entrance. You want to head down to subsection 5, and there you will find texts of the necromancers. We do not collect as many of them as we might like, but there is a substantial history in sub-level 5.
Before I go, I have to ask, the archives about the liches, could any one of them have been a dragon that decided to become a lich? I'm not talking about Draco liches. I mean a dragon that they themselves
I personally am no expert in necromancy. You may inquire after the librarians in that section. Though do heed warning, those tomes and those that are restricted, they have chains, must have a librarian's permission before opening. They, necromancers these days are very feisty, and their books tend to attack the wielders. So do keep that in mind. Carry on.
That's fine.
Please don't anchor the books.
But yeah, so yeah, you can easily find subsection 5. The library is well labeled, despite being incredibly massive. And you're able to get down to the basement level. The farther down you go, you realize each basement level has a gate, like an iron gate at each stairwell that you have to show your pass to before they let you in. Like, you have to get permission before they even let you in that floor. You eventually do get down to the 5th level floor, and you are looking for dragon-related liches. Like, they are not a Draco Lich, but a dragon who became a lich. Potentially a wizard powerful in the arts of transformation might have become such an ancient beast, shifted his wisdom, knowledge into the form of an ancient dragon, yet held the power still of wizardry and magics. One such wizard might then have placed his soul in a phylactery. That might be one such way for a powerful arcane user to be both a dragon and a lich.
Considering that this is necromancy, did he place his consciousness and his soul in a dragon's body, or did he simply polymorph or use an advanced form of polymorph into a dragon before becoming a dragon lich?
Likely, the individual polymorphed himself into such a dragon form, but before his hour was up with true polymorph, it would be a stretch, but he might have still been able to salvage both his wizardry powers and his dragon form in such a transformation. The timing on it would be incredible.
An accident?
No, it would be particularly, like, it would have to be well choreographed for such a thing to have occurred. He would have to have gone in with the intent of becoming a dragon and then a lich near moments after.
Himself. Where do you need help?
Help is a difficult thing to come by as a necromancer. They have worshippers and those devoted to securing guides in the afterlife, but this is not a feat one wizard would have accomplished by oneself. If such a thing was possible, I have never encountered such a record. Now, and he sort of gestures to the entire basement level that you're looking at and goes, I have not read all of these texts.
Which ones haven't you read?
And he kind of looks around, looks left, and points at one bookshelf. I have read that shelf. There's hundreds of other shelves. He has read one entire bookcase, but there's hundreds of other bookcases with thousands of texts on them.
Perfect.
So what else? What are you trying to look for specifically now that you kind of have a little more background about necromancies, particularly this kind of what you're looking for? He might be able to point you closer to a section that's about dragons or about crazy or about liches, depending on kind of what you're after.
Well, I'm gonna have to divide this up because I have 24 hours anyway, so I might as well divide it up. First, I'm gonna want to look up the rituals, So I'm going to want to look up the ritual of becoming a dragon and then becoming a lich. And I'm also going to want to look up necromancy rituals that require platinum as a spell component.
For
Because I remember that.
becoming a dragon, you would probably know that the best way to becoming a dragon is true polymorph. So like, or wish. Either one of those would essentially function the way you want it to. So you don't really need to like research how to become a dragon. Yeah. So, but if you do want to research how to become...
much more the history of people who have attempted that.
Okay, that probably wouldn't be in this section. You would have to go to a different section because this is more just about necromancy.
Okay. In that case, it'll be more about... I'll look up the rituals then.
Okay. So you want to look up stuff by spell components. Okay. Go ahead and make an investigation check. You have all your bonuses still for this check. And this librarian is going to try to help you search the library via spell component. It's not something people normally search for, but he does have an index that you and he are going to go through that are essentially like individual cards that have keywords on them that you guys are going to try to flip through to find all of the ones that say platinum on them.
Okay,
so yeah.
Does he make my roll advantage?
No, he's just allowing you to do it.
Okay.
You still have the advantage from luck, though.
Yeah, you have luck, you have your bardic inspiration, and guidance still.
An advantage doesn't stack, as far as I know.
Let's see. So
No.
Fortune's favor only lasts an hour. How long does the bardic inspiration last?
An hour.
Okay, so I'll be using them both on this roll.
Okay.
And you know what? I'll use the guidance too, just because.
Yeah, and you can rekeep. Yeah.
Yeah, and I can cast guidance again on myself anyway, so I might as well. My investigation is a +6. So, how many is a D4 and a bardic inspiration?
A bardic inspiration is a D8.
And
So you get to roll a D20, a D4, a D8. And you have advantage.
Oh, I do have advantage.
Yeah, that's from the luck.
Okay. The first time I rolled an 8, and the other I rolled a 13, so 21 plus 4, 25.
So at 25?
Yeah.
Okay. You guys managed to find a couple of references.
Actually, no, 29, because I also added the guidance.
Nice. Okay, 29. So near, again, the near 30 roll here. You and he find several texts with platinum as being key components, and he goes and helps you collect them from the myriad of bookshelves, and he brings them back. Each text talks about a different kind of need for platinum in necromantic rituals. One talks about using platinum to coat a skeleton in order to make it a undying soldier. So this is essentially a ritual to make adamantium and platinum covered skeletons that have essentially can be imbued with not just the life essence of the undead, but also with additional spells. It's like, here, this is a skeleton that can cast fireball. When you hit it, it casts fireball. Stuff like that, where they're essentially like mobile undead cannons, where they each have like a spell imbued into their bones, into the platinum coating their bones. The other text you find talks about using platinum as a catalyst for converting one's body into that of a mummy. As essentially a sped up way to make yourself a mummy in order to become a mummy lord. Essentially, you are buried in like platinum salts, and it allows your body to become a mummy essentially while you're still alive. It's like a horrific process, but it would allow you to become a mummy lord in years instead of decades. And the final one that you find that involves the use of platinum is using platinum as a way to imbue a necromancer with additional arcane abilities. Essentially, it is allowing a necromancer who is at very high level to multi-class into another wizard school. But in doing so, they are essentially filling their body with platinum, like molten platinum. It's a horrific process, but using necromantic skills, you can keep the wizard still alive and allow them essentially to gain a second skill tree.
Well, out of all those, the one possible thing Kidriff could use was the final one.
I think the platinum were being collected up north.
From
for the DMZ.
Colossums.
The DMZ was collecting the platinum.
So skeletons and or that particular process.
Well,
so it's super scary skeletons, mummy lord, super scary necromancer. If they work, then these are all, and then of course, for you, Pill, you've read necromancy rituals before. You understand how horrific they are. You're pretty sure if any of the rest of your team had read one of these, there would be like small retching noises that you'd hear, because it is utterly grotesque. The agony that would be involved in the last two rituals that are done to oneself, it's horrific.
Alright. In that case, I'm gonna try to find. I'm gonna actually try to move on to the next part about unique glitches. Do we cut back to Vero now, or?
Do you? Vera, do you want to jump back to you, or do you want to continue in the necromancy field for a little while longer?
I mean, jumping back to me is fine as long as the segue isn't too wonky.
It should be okay. All right. What is your next topic?
The research on the plane walkers. I would try to find something, a section dedicated to plane walkers in particular. Probably not there.
There is not a section on plane walkers. Now, plane walkers, are chosen champions of Kalimvor.
Oh, cool! Back at Kalimvor again.
Yeah, that's something that you do know. So you now that you're like, okay, what's next on my list? You're like, shit, now I have to go back up 4 floors. Hike your way back up to 4 floors and you head back to the Kalimvor section. Go ahead and make me an investigation check.
Okay, cool. Please be something useful. Yeah, 19. Not
19.
bad.
Okay. You find a text on the champions of Kalimvor. It's not as hard as you were initially anticipating, but a lot of the text is talking about just typical champions, paladins, clerics, well-known worshippers of Kalimvor. You're not really finding too much about planeswalkers until you get to the last section of this book, in which there is a full-page illustration. And I'm getting the picture for you. I just have to find where I stuck it. Yeah. Here we go. It's posted into the in-game chat. And here is a full-page painting of a woman riding a black horse. It's essentially the picture that I've posted. And next to it is the chapter title, Planeswalker. There's only one. And the name of this planeswalker is Naranthala. Here, I'll spell it out.
Naranthala.
It's Naranthala, yeah. She is Naranthala, the Planeswalker. Naranthala was a cleric of Kalemvor who did many good deeds fight against the necromantic tides, and particularly against the spell plague. She was one of the known figures from that time period, and helped contain what you know of as the plague rot today. The spell plague originally took over all of Faerun, and was then fought back into one certain location, is currently being held there, and is no longer allowed to spread. It has ceased spreading until more recently, in which it has begun to grow once more. She helped fight the necromantic energies that came from the spell plague, and was a key figure. Her death, however, was not her doing. She did not die in battle. There is little known about her death, only that it was unjust and cruel. And she then rose once more and became what we call today as the Planeswalker. Naranthala was then the chosen emissary of Kalemvor to handle tasks on the mortal plane that he could not step foot on and do himself. He could not enter the mortal plane. He cannot affect it. It would be breaking the gate. So instead, he chose a champion and managed to imbue her with powers near godlike. And she was chosen specifically because of her unshaking faith and her utter neutrality. She was a Kalemvor incarnate that walked the plane. And she was able, on her stallion, to ride back and forth between planes.
There's no mention of how she managed those deeds or powers, or sort of like, I'm kind of trying to find out for Arianti how
her powers work.
Yeah.
Yeah, no. There's nothing here particularly talking about her powers other than the fact that she could pass between realms upon her horse, as though she was merely riding through an archway. There was no magic involved or no spells involved on her part. She simply could shift between planes.
Okay, he will write down everything about Naranthala that he can and show Arianti one of her predecessors back in time.
Yes, this is the only record you could find of a planeswalker from your searching. Now, you have the option to spend more time on this and roll again.
I think 19 is decent. I will refrain. Yes. Yes. Okay. That was relatively short. I don't think. Do you want to go back to your necromancy stuff?
Okay, we can jump back to necromancy. All right. So are you looking up lichy things now, or?
I'm looking up like the history of like the powerful wizards who became unique liches, like dragon liches and stuff. What happened to them, and not only that, after that I want to look up Shar and like the powerful wizard she had worked with throughout history.
Okay. You're probably going to end up up where Vero is if you're gonna go look for Shar, because that's kind of the general direction. That's kind of where they keep the deity stuff. But first, let's do the necromancy. You're gonna look up famous liches, essentially. Go ahead and roll an investigation check.
Okay. And can I say, like, I cast guidance on myself between...
Sure.
Just to give myself that little bonus. Alright, I have 19 total.
19 total? Okay. Again, you kind of managed to find the section on liches. And you find several tomes. They're kind of like memoirs. A majority of them are like locked up. One, however, is not. And for a moment, you think this book was misplaced. All of the other tomes are like written, they're like bound in human skin, or are like they vibrate on the shelves like they're going to like burst open and scream at you. Some of the books look like they're actively bleeding, like the usual stuff. This tome is bright red with golden letters, and it says the history of, and where is my note card? The history of Melvorn Eugene Night Fury.
So edgy.
He'll opens it and reads it, takes all the notes he can.
Yep, you pop open the history of Melvorn Eugene Night Fury. He's a bard. Grew up in a small town. He was a Dragonborn, actually. He's a Dragonborn bard. So he's a relatively he had a relatively good home life from what you can tell. His parents encouraged him. He talks about how wonderful they were. He talks about necromancy for dummies. He talks about you know, how nice it was at his home life. He then goes on to talks about Melvorn's sort of at the beginning of his adventuring days when he turned 15 and was officially, you know, an adult. He took off and to explore the world and traveled around with other troops. All of his history talks about him escaping death, where his whole party were killed in horrific fashions, and he, the lone survivor, managed to escape the jaws of death again and again. You know, his troop, you know, were attacked by bandits. He talks about his early life. It was attacked by bandits, and he, the only survivor, managed to escape their attack. Then it goes on to talk about Melvorn, his you know, mid-years. It's very much like a Wikipedia article, where it's kind of talking about the different like sections of his life. It alternates between first person and third person, which is kind of weird. And you know, his midlife, he was with an adventuring party. They died. He joined another adventuring party. They fought a dragon and they died. But Melvorn again, brave, heroic Melvorn, slain the dragon and got, you know, justice for his fallen allies, only to join another party and so on and so forth. His history is full of death, of just party after party after party dying, and him being the only survivor. And then it talks about how he, you know, had this wonderful treasure hoard and had many a heroine, and how he has lots of children, and how he did great deeds and then died a happy old man.
Can I do like an insight check to see if you know, he either killed all of those party members or if they had simply died out of coincidence?
It's hard to do an insight check on a book. I
don't know how I would do that.
Your gut check says 2 dead parties is a coincidence. 10 dead parties is starting to see a pattern.
Lucky fellow.
You don't know. He could just be really lucky. It's just very strange because he seems to like move on from party to party with little remorse. at least from the what you're getting from the text. What I do want you to make is a wisdom save.
Okay.
It was a save.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I gotta check my wisdom first. Hold on.
Looks attacking him.
You have guidance on this.
Oh, I do? Okay.
I believe guidance works for saves, so yeah.
Alright, 19 plus 4, so...
Okay. The book ordered you in very clear letters to close it and put it back on the shelf. You fought off its command, but it ordered you to do it. To just put the book back on the shelf and walk away.
Pill closes it and goes out of his way to not put it back on the shelf.
Okay. Are you going to do anything else with the book?
You know what? No, he's gonna open it again. Just leave it open.
Okay.
Oh,
You're just leaving it open on a table somewhere.
Yep.
Do you want to do anything else with the tome?
No, that's it.
Okay.
Can I, is there anything else I would find here?
It depends. I mean, you have not seen runes or magic on this book at all. You have no idea how it commanded you to do diddly shit. You know it did, the rat bastard, but you don't know how it did it.
Did I walk away from it? I'm gonna make an Arcana check.
Okay, make an Arcana check.
Okay. Alright, and I got a 17.
17. Okay. There is a stuck page on the back of the book, like the very end cover. You know how the end cover has like an extra page? This has 2 or 3 extra pages that seem to have been sealed down using some kind of magic.
Can I try to, do anything like dispel or?
Yeah, you can try to dispel it. What level of dispel are you casting?
It's been a day, right?
Yep.
Alright, level 4.
Okay, just 4th level spell, motherfucker. You cast a 4th level spell. Go ahead and roll an intelligence check, because you have to beat its DC.
Alright. My
Book
intelligence.
has a fucking DC.
Yes, it does.
Alright, I rolled an 18 plus 6, so...
Okay, you beat the DC on the enchantment. You watch as the edges of the book again. You feel that command once more. Put me back. Put me back. Which you just ignore. Because you made your check. And you watch as the pages sort of like sigh almost as they like lift up from the book, and now you have extra pages you can turn.
Pell reads those pages.
Cool. What languages do you read?
I cast comprehend languages.
Yes, you do. Okay. The language, regardless of what it was, is something you can now read. It talks about. It's like the mad writings it's the mad writings of a genius. It is someone who is utterly brilliant and utterly insane, writing just scribble after scribble after scribble, and it just says over and over, Melvorn lies. Melvorn lies. Melvorn lies. Melvorn lies. Over and over and over.
So he wrote this book himself, talked about how he murdered a party, and...
So, again, remember, the book was written back and forth between first...
I guess he wants me to leave it open, never put it back on the shelf.
Good job. But yeah, the book was, remember, switched back and forth between first person and third person. And the author on the book, there's no author. So you would assume it was Melvorn who wrote it, but the penmanship here between both sections is the same. Whoever wrote the first half of this book wrote these 3 last pages. The very last words written at the bottom of the 3rd page of this like extra notes just says, "Find his phylacteries," and it has an S, plural.
Well, what the charming.
Ooh, I got chills from that.
Takes notes of.
Yep. Do you still leave the
takes
book?
Notes of all that,
Yeah. Do you still leave the book just out on the table?
and writes it down in his. No, in his journal.
No. I mean the text, the history. Do you just leave it out on a table? Cause fuck it.
I do.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. All right. Cool.
I leave like the scribbled pages open.
All right.
Because that's the part where the book didn't want me to see.
All right. Good job. There you go. So you now have slightly more information about some dude named Melvorn Eugene Night Fury. I think that's what his name was.
Yep,
Hold on. What the
that
hell?
was-
What the hell was this dick's
You-
last name? Yep, Night Fury. He's a stupid last name.
Yeah.
He probably picked it himself.
One would assume. Yeah. Okay. He, by
Trail
the way,
of murder hobo.
he was a black dragonborn, by the way. It talked about how beautiful his scales were at some point, and they were black.
He's also a black dragon.
Hmm.
It's almost like I had it planned.
Almost.
I had to get up notes and everything. Okay. Are we switching back then to Vero?
Yeah. I have the last thing
Did
I
you
have
want
written
to do
down
anything?
is the recounts of attacks that Kidriff did,
Okay.
which is great, but I have still 12 hours left. Can I also look up the history of Lucid and Anulia Colossum?
The history of who?
Lucid and Anulia Colossum.
Oh, cool. Yeah, sure. You can look that up. Okay. So you're looking for dragons. So the dragon section, Pill, is that where you're headed to next? Was that your next stop? Was Kidrith?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Then you guys will actually meet up. It has been 12 hours. You guys have both gathered this information in 12 hours. You have met up in the dragon section of the library, which is a large chamber that's on the ground level farther into the temple or the Candlekeep. That's just this massive, like, huge chamber that talks about all kinds of just dragon stuff. It's just dragons everywhere. It's all dragons. The stained glass in here is all dragons as well. It's all, depictions. One side has Tiamat on it. The other side has Bahamut. Other are just, like, famous dragons in history just on stained glass. So Kidrith, you guys can, either one of you can roll advantage or you both can roll. It's your choice.
What do you say?
So you guys can work together to do this one.
I think advantage might be better.
Okay, so who is aiding and who is rolling?
Who of us is Warlock?
What kind of bonus?
You have a +6. You roll on advantage.
Okay. So what kind of aid are you like? What's the bonus?
You have advantage on the roll.
Yeah, I know that, but like, what was the? Is it intelligence, wisdom, or?
It's investigation.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's another investigation check, but you guys are both investigating the same topic. So essentially, Vero is helping you, and you are making the check at advantage.
Don't forget, you can cast guidance on yourself again.
You can.
I do cast guidance on myself again.
Okay, so you have advantage plus a d4.
Yep. Alright, so I first rolled a 7, then I rolled a 16, so +4, that's a dirty 20.
Dirty 20. All right.
Plus
You-
guidance?
Yeah, the guidance boosted him up to the 20. Yeah, you guys managed to find some texts about Kidrith. Kidrith only ever seems to pop up in texts discussing an undead dragon there's no history of Kidrith prior to his undeathness. There's no like living history of Kidrith. It only seems to be a history of Kidrith's attacks. There's some history of Kidrith's attacks prior to 100 years ago. So there's like some mentions of some kind of big nasty dragon that popped in and out of like the Plague Rot area and then flew north. And then there isn't much history. There's much talking about him for like so like this record of this massive dragon, you know, showing up somewhere in the Plague Rot and then flying north was like 200 years ago. Then there's no real record of him for 200 years. And then, or for 100 years, then there's a talk of some kind of undead amalgam dragon attacking all of Faerun just in a hideous rage. And then it disappears again. There's not very much information about this Kidrith dragon. People know he exists, that he just doesn't do much.
Pill mentions the history of, was it Melbourne or Melbourne?
Melvorn Eugene Night Fury. Here, I can spell it for you guys if you want. Yeah,
Melbourne,
here we go.
Eugene Night Fury. Yeah, Pill mentions that. He's like, now, obviously, I've also found in the end of the book that Melvorn apparently always lies. So, what I'm wondering is this whole entire story a complete fabrication or just some facts about the story changed?
Well, I certainly don't believe those deaths were an accident.
No, I sincerely doubt it either. Especially when it told me to do stuff.
Yes, so it's probably, I don't want to assume because this is how this is how over focusing on certain aspects happen. But from what I can glean, it doesn't seem very truthful. Just besides the last few pages, of course. It's definitely a name and an alias that is setting a trail that's worth following up on.
Well, here's a thought. Do we want to, research people with, similar acronym to his initials, or the same MEN or
MEN. Mm-hmm.
That would be a possibility. Also, maybe Black Dragonborns with an extensive arcane knowledge.
Yeah, so with this search about dragons, you guys have enough time to do one more search. Whether each of you do one more item or you do one more joint search, but you have enough to do one more search.
Feels like, tell you what, I planned on going to Shar and finding out and researching her, like people she worked with, to maybe get more insight as to what was going on when we went down there. Do you plan on researching anything else?
He planned to, but this seems more important.
I mean, you still can.
Yeah. Pearl was trying to research on Shar, so I can research on his art. Okay. Question, if it's not too much. Do you think it would be it would be worth following on certain aliases Night Fury could have had?
It's hard to say without knowing what his aliases are. It's difficult to see if you could figure out. I mean, it didn't talk about him having aliases in the short memoir that he read. So it's hard to know. I mean, without doing more research about trying to look for more info about this Night Fury dude, it's hard to say if you could figure out what his other aliases might be.
Now I have to ask, the scribbles at the end of the book,
Mm-hmm.
did it say who wrote him?
No,
No? Okay.
no. There was no name associated with the actual author of the story.
No alias, no pseudonym?
Mm-mm. Just Melvorn lies and find his phylacteries.
Mm.
So I'm wondering which is more important right now. Probably Melvin.
Well, let's look at it like this. What do you think you'll get more information from?
So let me give you a little bit of GM help here. You can probably look up Melvorn in other places now that you have a name for him.
Okay.
Char's history might be useful here. There seems to be a pretty big catalog on it. If you have something really specific about her, or if you just want to know her history, again, like Clemvor, I can give you just the Char spiel and give you her whole history.
Her history and like people she worked with, like powerful wizards, powerful bards, that kind of powerful necromancers.
She's known for working with powerful people, but typically, like, again, the people she works with are her worshippers. She doesn't kind of like branch out and work with other people. Velsharoon works with necromancers. That's kind of his jam. He's the archmage of necromancers. So, like, his whole thing is to work with necromancers. He might have more information about working with other necromancers.
Could I find a way to contact him in this library?
Velsharoon? Yeah. He's up in the God section. He would just be in V. You could look for him.
Yeah.
Right next to Vecna.
Oh, cool.
Actually, no, Vecna doesn't exist in this universe. Vecna can go pound dirt. I fought Vecna too many times.
It makes sense to look up. It probably makes sense to look up Velsharoon. Yeah.
The last thing that I have to say as helpful tidbits, this would be probably a good opportunity for you to look up what your family didn't want you to know.
Can you do that Velsharoon thing alone?
This is probably the best place to look for that kind of information.
I think, okay, in character, what I was gonna say, I know this is rather important, and I have full belief that looking up information about Velsharoon would help us. I would, and I know this is selfish, very selfish. I've told you, and I want to understand my family. Would it be possible for me to...
Do we know what sections of the library they be? Both Velsharoon. Well, like, we're in the Velsharoon area already, but where would Vero's family?
Well, you guys are in the dragon section.
Oh, okay.
Velsharoon would be up in that tower with the gods. Vero, you would probably assume down in the basement.
No, here's a thought. Do you want to split up again? That way we can ride.
Yeah, yes, I would like to. Thank you. I know this is... I should help you. I know, I would like to understand them.
One word of warning. You are heading down into the basement, Vero. You might not have the right realm of expertise to understand necessarily all of what's happening if you were heading down to the 5th level basement.
You know, where all the necromancy stuff is.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. This is entirely a gut check from you, by the way, for where you think you would find your parents. You were like, probably where Pill just was. Now, you have no actual confirmation of that. You were simply assuming.
Mm-hmm. Cool. Cool. Shit.
Do you want to go through with this, or do you want to try to choose one or the other?
I mean, we could switch, but I don't...
But would that be in character?
Would that be in character, yes.
Are you...
He is...
Now, okay, so, like, would Vero ask Pill to do research on his family, and Vero would go up and look up Velsharoon?
I mean, he wouldn't... He'd be embarrassed about it, for sure. He would just be sort of... like...
Or better yet, would Vero know to ask that, actually?
I mean, he knows he's lost.
No, but what I'm saying is, like, would he know about, like, how all the necromancy stuff down there, like, he would not know what to do down there? Would he know enough about that to ask Pill to do this favor for him, is what I'm saying. Because I don't want to be all too metagamey.
Yeah, same. Sorry.
No, I mean, you just popped back up here and talked about how a book tried to, mind control you. I'm pretty sure Vera's like, that seems like a bad idea. just all things considered. I mean, you did talk about, oh yeah, we found books that are covered in human skin. Like, you're used to that kind of attitude. I'm pretty sure Vera's like, oh, that sounds awful.
Yeah. He when he's thinking about it, he just goes kind of white.
Right. So Pill's like, tell you what, you want me to go down and look up your family, and you want to do me the favor of looking up Velsharoon and ways to contact them?
I'm going to try my best. Apologies,
Most importantly, ways to contact him if he's going to help necromancers.
Okay. Alright. I cannot thank you enough.
I'll say maybe he'll give us more information about Kidrith. Or Malvern, or whatever the fuck his name is.
Eugene.
Fucking Eugene.
Okay, so we're gonna do Velsharoon.
He sounds like a total verge.
Yeah. We're gonna do Velsharoon first, and we're going to end with what Pill finds. Whatever it is. And then we will pick up next session with you guys leaving Baldur's Gate, because we have to end at Candlekeep, and it's getting late. Sorry. Or early. No, it's fine. This is a lot of important information for you guys. So go ahead and you head back upstairs. You hike your ass all the way back up all them damn stairs. And you end up back in the V section for the gods. Go ahead and make me an investigation check.
Okay. Oh my god, if I miss all that, I'm gonna hate myself.
You can do it. I believe in you.
Let's just say I cast guidance on Vero.
Okay.
Just so he has that bonus.
You have a +4. Or a plus D4.
That one was cocked. It was like, just...
Go ahead and reroll.
That's an 18.
Okay, plus a D4.
Plus my 3 is a 21, plus a D4 is a... Oh my gosh. 23.
Okay. You find information. Velsharoon, of course, became a lich, etc., etc. His history is very straightforward to kind of classic lichdom, except after he became a lich, he ascended to godhood just through sheer force of will. He didn't kill a god to take his place. He just was so powerful. He figured out a way to ascend, essentially. and became the god of necromancy. And during his ascension, he was killed. And his phylactery was destroyed, but he succeeded in reaching the ethereal plane. He entered the god zone and became a deity. And with his worshippers spreading his knowledge and his information, he became a more powerful deity. He is evil as evil gets. The act of necromancy, specifically the act of lichdom, becoming a lich is a very difficult, horrific path. You have to kill everybody you've ever loved. It's really a terrible ritual. And Velsharoon is one of the perfecters of this ability. He didn't create lichdom, but he made it functional. People before, he streamlined it. He made it. He's not its inventor, but he's essentially the father of liches. He is where all true liches come from. And meaning, now he's not necessarily the god of necromancy, but he is the god of liches. So he does, people who worship necromancy do worship him, but he by no means invented necromancy. That's a long since before his time. That's much more in the realm of the gods of magic. He, however, typically is associated with numerous necromancers who become liches. Those who are trying to become liches typically have to not necessarily pray to Velsharoon, but they do seek out his knowledge, because it's he who holds the key to that final ascension into lichdom, to the creation of phylacteries. So his association with liches is pretty strong. Even if they don't worship him, they may hate him, but he is the key to that power. Whether they have to go hunt down one of his cultists and squeeze the information out of their throats, or what, they typically have to in some way encounter Velsharoon and in his many branches in order to reach lichdom. So typically liches know him or associated with him in some manner or form. If you want to contact Velsharoon, either go gibbering mad, find one of his cultists, because there are still cults to Velsharoon. He is worshipped, including there being clerics and paladins and stuff worshipping him. So there is, faith to Velsharoon. You just have to know where to look, essentially. It's typically in the seedier underground sections of the world. You can start to find those kinds of more evil-inclined religions. But Velsharoon's hatred for Kalimvor is it has only grown in power, because he wanted to usurp Kalimvor during the calamity, during the war on the Fugue Plane. And not only did he fail, he got his ass handed to him. He destroyed, there was wreckage caused to the city, but for the most part, Velsharoon's attempt was to let the other guys fight it out, and he kind of hung back in the background and sent zombies in sometimes, to help fight stuff. He was kind of hoping to stand in the front of the parade without doing any of the fighting. And when Talos fell, the god of the Tempest fell, it sort of left Velsharoon to be the only one standing, because Shar got captured, Talos fell, Velsharoon then fought Kalimvor, and Kalimvor just handed his ass to him on a platter. It was the most devastating defeat Velsharoon probably ever faced in his life, and it has left him with a just utter hatred of Kalimvor and all that Kalimvor represents. He is now driven to be the god of the dead. It is his goal is to usurp Kalimvor, and Kalimvor knows that Velsharoon just hates him now and just doesn't give a shit. He has bigger things to deal with than Velsharoon's constant pestering. And just for the scale of things, Velsharoon is almost considered a lesser deity and not one of the greater deities like Kalemvor. Kalemvor is just on another order of magnitude and power. But it doesn't stop Velsharoon from trying to usurp him in any way, shape, or form he can.
Mm.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool.
Also, if you want to try to contacting Velsharoon, the other way you can do it besides finding one of his cultists is actually performing the necromancy spell to become a lich. If you actually like go through with it or start to do it or whatever, like you begin the ritual, you essentially can communicate with Velsharoon during the process. So like cultists are known to help wizards who don't like Velsharoon but are willing to help them become liches, because during that moment, during the ritual, however many days it takes, is essentially an open access to their god. And so they're like, hey dude, we've got you on the big screen now, let's talk, while this other dude over here is screaming. We'll just ignore him, but we're trying to talk to our god. It's like the best opportunity for the cultists to communicate with him.
He's one of those celebrities. It's very hard to contact.
Essentially, yes. But yeah, so that's what you learn about Velsharoon. Was there anything else you wanted to kind of glean from his history?
He didn't have contact with anyone Kidrith like. I know his bard alias now. I know his dragon form now. Is there any connection or relationship between those two?
Well, like I said, if you are becoming a lich in any shape or form, you have to have some kind of contact with Velsharoon during the process, because he holds the key to it. So, if Melvorn became a lich, which is what the assumption is, he would at some point have to head contact Velsharoon, whether one of his cultists or some way to gain that final missing piece of the ritual that allows it to function in such a manner that it's effective. Yeah. So there has to have been a connection at some point in their history for that to have worked.
All right. Okay. I think that's all from me. I don't have... Are you thinking of anything, Habes? I don't have any.
Yeah, I mean, you pretty much covered what I would have asked.
Yeah, so...
Okay. Then, Habes, Pill heads back downstairs to the lower level. Your librarian friend, because there's only a handful of them who actually work in the necromancy section, it's not for the weak of heart. He kind of smiles and waves to you, seeing you again. The librarians here seem to have no issue with the knowledge you seek. They just... good, evil, in between. They are just, information is information, and they're willing to help you gather it for any kind of information you're looking for. They don't tip the spell section. They kind of have closed off, like you can't access like actual spell scrolls here. But all of like the lore and history and stuff is just freely available. But yeah, so you head back down to the section, and you were, I guess, looking for specifically for them by name? Were you looking for like necromancer? Like, how are you trying to go about finding this history?
I want to first look for them by name, see what I can find.
Okay. He kind of points you over to just sort of like the necromancy tomes that are just like, these are there's either you can look for by author name, like these are just like the tomes about necromancy and people's learnings of necromancy, and those are by author. Or there's like the memoir section, which is like about people, not necessarily the dead people, but it's like autobiographies or biographies and stuff about people, and that's by whoever the subject is by name. So like, what section are you looking for? Are you trying to like find out about them as people, or see if they like wrote texts about necromancy?
I want to find out about them as people.
Okay. Go ahead and make an investigation check with
Alright.
guidance, I'm assuming.
Yep.
Yep.
I rolled a natural 20. Holy shit.
What the fuck? 2 in 1 game. Okay, this is fun.
I swear to God.
Okay. All right. This will be exciting. I may have to make you all mute yourselves. For this part, because you got a natural 20, and I need to change the music really quick. As you walk through this section, you see name after name. Those who, at one point in their life, were famous. Many for horrific things. But you know necromancy does not have to be evil. You know that you're not. And you can only assume that there were other people like you who worship, who view necromancy not as corruption, but merely a tool. And as you walk, you see name, and then you see one that you recognize. This name was on seals, on the flags that came into your village. You didn't see them very closely, but you know the seal. They were on the raiders who forced your people out of your village, who gave you a chance at freedom, however brutally. They got you out, but it was a terrible escape. And eventually you freed yourself from their imprisonment, but you recognize the seal, the way it looks, the curving elegance of it. It was always something that stood out to you, was how elegant it looked, how beautiful. But it was jagged and vicious. But that's okay. Vicious doesn't have to be terrible in the end. You pull the book off the shelf, and you flip through the pages, and you begin to read. And you learn of a couple, of two who fell in love long ago, who didn't ever want to be apart, who only ever loved each other, and in their love found a way to continue on, to survive. Though they were long-lived, elves live for so long, but it wasn't enough. Not for them, not for their love. How could they stay together if they were separated by death? And then the plague came. And she knew it was the only way to save him. So she accepted the deal. She paid the price. Anything she could do to save the one she loved. He was all that mattered to her. And she did. She succeeded. He lived. But mortality knocked upon their door, and she knew it was only a matter of time. So she made another deal later on. They kept up pretenses and found the castle, the one that she was told to find. And within its halls carried the secrets, and she made the sacrifice that he couldn't. After their child was born, she continued with the ritual. She let herself be taken over, be corrupted by the darkness and the evil. And it felt like home, so the book says. She drank blood because that's what she needed now. And she stayed out of the sunlight, as one is too. And in her sacrifice, her husband gained more life, more flesh to consume, to continue to live. She too was immortal, and he was on his way to it. And their son was there to keep up pretenses. But they only ever needed each other. This was just a charade until they both would succeed, until they both could reach immortality together. Because all they needed was each other. They would do anything Velsharoon asked, so long as they could stay together. Okay, that's where we're ending today's session.
Oh my god, what?
You're welcome.
Holy shit, you weren't lying. Oh my gosh.
Vera, your parents are vampires!
One of them is.
No one eats
The
flesh.
other's something else.
Yeah.
An undead thing, probably.
I said,
One-
well, what undead thing needs flesh?
And- Just so curious why they needed a
Cool.
son to keep up pretenses. Oh my gosh.
To look like a normal, happy family.
Yeah.
Make it look less like they're just, trying to live literally forever.
Oh god.
Oh, by the way, they're significantly older in the book. They're like a good couple extra 100 years older than you think they are, Vero. According to the dates in the book. So you were pretty sure your parents were like mid 300s. They're like mid 600s. Which is kind of old for an elf.
They're getting into old ages there.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe like 800 or something like that. I can't remember. Yeah.
Yeah, I think they get up to like 800.
Mhm.
So they're not outside of elven age ranges, but they have lied to you about how old they are.
That's
Yeah.
nothing new to him. They lied to him about many.
Spent
Yeah.
his whole life,
Now-
essentially.
Now, Pill, currently at this time, you are the only one who knows this information. So, how much of it you wish to pass on to Vero is totally up to you.
Oh, he's gonna
Um,
pass everything.
Okay, but yeah, so we will pick up the session. You guys are being escorted out of Candlekeep the next day, and we will let you guys sleep before we have you guys carry on to your next journey, your next adventure. And we'll have one more talk with Kyleton, and then you guys will head to Vineshade. Is that correct? Is that still-
Yeah.
Yeah.
yeah. Okay. Cool. So we will be on our way to Vineshade at the start of next episode. Yeah. So sleep on that.
Thanks. I might not be able to.
Nope. I feel bad that we lost Poison just because it was so late. Yeah.
But yeah,
Fuck.
we can go right
Yeah, basically. Yep. Go have fun with that. Whatever the hell you're gonna go
How's
fight.
Bill gonna feel his life destroyed by 2 vampires?
At least one vampire. At least one.
Well, there was
At least
one
one-
vampire in his
Two.
story, wasn't there?
now. Yep.
So 2 vampires
There's-
at 2 different
yeah.
times.
Oh, and they were both female vampires.
Yeah.
Oh, there you go. Vampires and Pill do not get along. You may want to start carrying stakes.
They're fucking bitches, man. I'm telling you.
I mean, it's good that he has Rose.
they're
I
bad
guess.
bitches.
Vampires don't like
Fucking,
radiant things.
I was like,
So,
fucking
but
bloody bitches.
But the birth happened before the vampirism, right? There was not the secret other race, right?
Yes. Yes. You were born shortly before she became a vampire.
Vampirism's undead, or they're undead, aren't they?
Yeah.
Yes, they are undead now.
Yes.
So they
They are considered undead.
have children anyway. So.
Oh,
no.
Right?
Yeah, vampires can't have children that way. Technically you Dampiers aren't children of vampire exactly. They're like half vampires. And that can occur through video game magic because the god said so. And so you can kind of end up with half and half vampires. But they're typically less powerful than normal vampires and don't get all the cool vampire tricks. And they're typically like your angel characters who are good, blah blah blah. How can I play Twilight in D&D?
I was about to say, isn't it something like they have all the weaknesses, but they all don't have all the strengths?
Yeah, it sucks. It's a shitty race. But no, Vero is in fact an elf and not secretly an elf Dhampir.
I was gonna say we would have noticed something by now.
Yeah.
Vero would have noticed.
Yeah.
I'm a druid. I just can't go out during the day.
Yeah.
Well, maybe he's weird and it's really minor. That's why he doesn't like the heat. Or something like that much. It's kind of like,
Is that why he's the Ice Queen?
Yep. There you go. But yeah, so there's some shady shit happening up in the north. Not that you didn't know. But yeah.
Oh gosh. That nat 20! Clutch! Oh my gosh.
Yep. So that's where we're ending today's session. You guys are being escorted out of Candlekeep. How and when you choose to share this information, Pill, is up to you. You can tell them before
Pill
you guys.
right away.
Okay, cool. So as you guys are walking out, Pill is telling you all of this information. Whether you guys tell this to the rest of the party is up to you two, because I think you two are the only ones who know currently. Or did Vero tell everybody yet?
He didn't.
Okay, cool. So rad. So you two were the best two people to figure this out. Yep, Vero, your mom's a vampire. Congratulations. Deal with that.
I was about to say, I can just imagine it. They're walking out of Candlekeep, and like, obviously they have a level of exhaustion at that point.
Oh
so
yeah, they're exhausted.
So they're just kind of slogging back, and Pill just turns to him and like, "Hey, so found out your
mom's a vampire."
Exactly.
Your mom's a vampire and your dad's fucked up.
I was about to say, welcome to the finding out that your mom is a different race than you thought club, except for yours is the totally opposite of Callie.
Yes.
That's
one of the things you might think, like, I relate, while he goes pale, I relate suddenly to Callie a little bit more.
Just on the reverse.
Tiny bit.
Yeah.
Pill looks back at Candlekeep. He's like, "This is how I met your mother."
Yep. Okay. But there you go. So that's the information you guys learned from Candlekeep. You can of course research other things. That doesn't exist also is a potential source of information. You can always come back to Candlekeep as well if you have more questions. If you find, of course, more tomes.
Yeah.
They recollected their tokens from you, their little nameplates. By the way, when it got close to when it was 1 hour away, the blue runes that had been on the metal medallions slowly started changing from blue to red. When they reached completely red, some guards kind of tapped you guys on the shoulders like, "You're 24 hours up, time to go." And they escorted you out of the building. From wherever you were, they basically found you the minute your 24 hours were up and walked you guys back out. But yeah, if you try to use the earrings again, you'll discover that you can't use communications magic like that inside Candlekeep.
Oh.
It's to keep people from scrying inside the keep as well.
Oh, I see.
You can't look into Candlekeep, and so it also means you can't communicate between chambers, essentially. But
Pill's
yeah.
like, "What do you want to do with this information? You want to tell the rest of the party, or you want to keep it to yourself?"
I don't... Look, Rose has a lot of things to deal with. And it's rather urgent, and I don't think... let's deal with Rose first. She needs this. I don't I will tell them after.
Rose will be so mad when she finds out.
I'm pretty
Like,
sure
you
the whole
didn't tell
group
me!
is gonna be mad. Yeah.
You didn't tell me just because I have family problems.
They weren't relevant yet.
It's just so funny.
One family crisis at a time.
I would say Pill's like, and then Pill would be like, to be fair, I didn't tell you anything about my past either.
Yeah, that is fair. You guys kind of have to. When one of you starts spilling the guts, the other one's probably gonna have to too.
So, what do you? We could.
Listen, man, it's your family. I'll just follow your lead.
Right. I will tell them as soon as Rose's problems are behind us. I don't want them to. They need to concentrate on that. They need to focus on that. Rose waited for too long. Okay?
Alright.
By the way, you should Oh, go ahead.
So we still got Oriente and her stuff to deal with too. Because she still has to go to Waterdeep and find her mom.
Indeed. I don't. And Callie's finding out she's an angel. We don't have time for my problems right now. I thank you so much for looking this up, and if you need to talk, I'm here.
Well, yeah, what did you find out about Valsharun?
And he will relay that.
Yes. There you go.
There you
And
go.
I do that.
Pill does the fuck meme again.
Yep. Fuck. Yeah.
So much for contacting him.
Yes.
Yeah. Your that D20 you have should be blessed, and you should protect it at all costs.
Agreed.
Because that's some pretty spectacular rolling there. The plot rolling you guys do, by the way, is some of the best I've ever experienced. You guys roll for plot shit so well, and I love it.
By the way, I was gonna say, can you tell the others that I found something interesting I'm gonna go follow up on? I might spend the night outside.
Well, how do you want to frame it? Because they're going to ask about it. I'm just saying, like, Kai's probably going to see through our bullshit right away, so we gotta make it convincing.
He has low wisdom though, so.
You're right.
And Oriente.
Something about
Rose,
perhaps something I found in the library that I wanted to check up on. Perhaps something about
something about your master?
No, that's going to make him very...
While you two are talking, Pill, red herring pops into your freaking chest plate. Because you are plotting and lying.
He's just... Oh my gosh! What was a good subject that he could follow up on? Something he could follow up on. Maybe something about. I'm trying to find out things about here, Eugene. I'm looking things up about Eugene, and I got excited about this, and you couldn't convince me otherwise. I just need time to center myself. I'm not good at lying people straight to their face, so if I tell them if I wanna...
It's okay, that's why I'm here, and he pats Spear's shoulder.
You're gonna lie to red herring's gonna pop up in your damn armor. It's gonna be hilarious.
I have to make this up to you somehow.
Why did you warn him, Beth?
The herring in his chest plate, I felt like was already a warning.
Isn't that like he's being lied? Isn't that when he's being lied to instead of him lying?
it was when I'm being lied to.
That's fair.
Okay.
I would say it has nothing to do when I'm lying.
Yeah, that's true.
And I got the ring that, and basically it says no one can tell if I'm lying or not.
Exactly. Yeah. So even the chest plate probably couldn't tell if you were lying. Vera, though, plotting to lie to Kali was definitely a lie, and the chest plate detected it as a red herring.
He's just gonna bow deeply. Thank you so much. I owe you. If there's anything you need, I will try my best to help you with it.
Alright, well, when the opportunity presents itself, or if I think of something, sure.
Alright.
You know what? I already got something in mind.
Oh. Which would be?
Not now.
Okay, that's an even better way to end tonight's episode. We're gonna call it there. You two are exhausted, riding back onto the ferry. You're leaning on the rails as you're talking to each other, looking out over the bay. Pill says, "Oh, I've thought of something." "Oh, what is it?" "No, not now." And then it just fades to black. The fantastic end.
Just adding more fuel to the crack shipping.
Yep. I like it. I dig it. Okay, so that's where we're gonna end tonight's session. Sarabi is going to lose her shit.
Yes.
When Poison manages to get to listen to the rest of this episode. But yeah, so yeah, when that gets posted, you guys may want to just give her a heads up so she can catch the last ending of this information. But yeah. Okay.
So do we want to type it up so she doesn't have to wait for the video, or?
I think if we put it under plot theories, that could work.
Yeah, be my guest. You guys are welcome to.
Yeah.
I, for the record, did not write any of that down, so I will going to go back through and listen to the episode and make sure that I jot down every stupid thing I said.
At what point did you leave, by the way?
Before you did your roll, so it was sometime.
Like right before or around?
Around dragon time, it looks like.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it looks like in the dragon field, she started to nod off.
So she actually has a lot to catch up with then.
Yeah, it's just those last two, the Velsharoon, and then the rest of the what you learned in the necromancy section.
It was when you guys were deciding what Vero and Pill should look up when they split off. Again,
okay.
That last time is when she left, because I remember saying what I said, and then her being like, "Hey, can we go?" And I only said that because Sana or one of you guys were talking about trying to look up whatever the fuck his name is, other alias is. Eugene.
Malvern Eugene Night Fury.
McFuckface, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. You can just call him Eugene. I named him specifically for a reason.
Eugene.
Yeah.
He's a fucking bard, really. Go fucking figure.
Yep.
What a nerd.
Have you not seen our bard and
Well,
her amazingness?
We don't even know that he's a bard. He lies.
It's true.
Yep.
It's just Soul loves Bard, and now a big bad is one.
Oh, I love
So we don't know
so much.
if he's a bard. We don't know if he's a dragonborn. We don't. So that So we have to take everything that book said with a grain of salt.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Or at the very least, all the stuff that was first person.
Or that made him seem good.
Yeah. Well, then not even that. Just what he tried to present as factual.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but yeah, the from what you can tell, the library did not stick that tome there by accident. It was meant to be on that shelf in that place. That's where it belonged. No, you leaving it on the table's fine. People do that stuff all the time in libraries.
Okay. I was gonna say, did I fucking blow up Counter Keep?
No, you did not. I just mean It's
I
not.
I didn't unleash a kaiju on Baldur's Gate.
No, you're fine. You're good. The book looks like it doesn't belong there in that section, but it absolutely does. Yeah.
Okay.
Like, compared to the rest of the way the text looks, this one looks gaudy and ridiculous. Like, by comparison, it's utterly ridiculous next to all of the rest of the tomes you were looking at.
I just have to imagine that the monks or librarians, the one who cast Identify on that particular book, was like, it has to go where?
Everyone's like, what do you mean it needs to go here? The librarian's like, yes, here, on this shelf.
And
Get rid of it. You may need to lock it down.
You know, say the moment he grabs the book is like, put me there. Okay, fine. Fucking Jesus.
You know, we're polite in this library. We use please and thank you.
Yeah, that's what the monk says in response.
Yeah.
The book's just like, fuck off. Put me there.
This is my people.
This is great. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, okay. So I should probably go to bed. Yep.
So
Sorry,
sorry.
talking to you all. No, this was good. We needed to get through this was a big info dump session, and I'm glad we got to do it.